In an earlier module, we talked about these database objects. I'll drop the pirate thing here. Tables contain all of your data. We are about to start talking about queries that allow us to ask questions from our tables. We're going to start out by talking about select queries, so named because you are allowed to select which table or tables to include. You get to select which columns, which fields you want to display. You get to select how your query should be sorted, and you get to select which records, which rows should be displayed by filtering. So we're going to start out with a separate database that we haven't used before. Oh, I lost my parrot up here. Oh well, arg. It's my last chance to say arg. So we're going to go grab some practice files if you haven't already. We always want to start our lessons with that. So if you don't have practice files already, because maybe you didn't do modules 1 and 2 with us, go grab the practice files. They will arrive in a zipped format. You'll need to extract them, and I recommend extracting them to a folder out on your desktop. I should have probably done this in an earlier module, but I'm thinking about it now, so I'm going to do it now. On the left-hand side of my screen, as I look at the names of my files, I can see the file name extension. In this case, I'm talking about the .accdb part. Up until now, you may or may not have seen those. You probably are not seeing them because by default, Microsoft Windows is set up not to show those. So I'm going to step out of Access for a moment, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a lesson in how do you get these file name extensions to show up, because they will kind of come into play in our next lesson here. So the first thing I'm going to do is slide way down here to the bottom to this manila folder called the Windows Explorer, not to be confused with Internet Explorer, which is right next door. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to click on the Windows Explorer. Why don't you put our video on pause and do the same thing? Go click on the Windows Explorer to open up this window, please. So pause and go click on that manila folder, the Windows Explorer. All right, here in the Windows Explorer window, it used to be called My Computer in older versions of Windows, I would like to go up here to the Organize, it's a little pull-down list here. So I'm going to click on Organize, and on the pull-down list, I'm going to click on Folder and Search Options. Why don't you do that part as well? So right up here towards the top of your new screen, click on Organize, and then Folder and Search Options on the pull-down menu, and that will get you to this dialog window. So do that for a moment. Pause your video and go bring up that Folder Options window, and then come on back. All right, welcome back. Now in my screen, I see 3 index tabs up here. So now in this window, I'm going to go click on the View Index tab, and the thing I want to concentrate on is a checkbox down here that says Hide Extensions for Known File Types. We're talking about file name extensions, like in Word, the .docx, or in Access, the .accdb. By default, that one is checked, that it hides the file name extensions for the known file types. So what I'm suggesting here is you go up to the View tab under the Folder Options, and then let's remove the check mark that says Hide the extensions for the different file types. And then when you're ready, you can click on OK. And under those circumstances, as we begin opening files, you ought to be able to see the file name extensions because they won't be hidden anymore. So pause our video and go do that much. Let me just remind you what the steps were. Organize, Folder and Search Options. Number 3, the View tab. Number 4, remove this checkbox. Remove the check mark in the checkbox that says Hide the extensions for known file types. And then click the Okie dokie button. And that's how you can get it to show you the file name extensions. It's not an Access thing, it's a Word thing. And then let's go back to Access down on your taskbar. And now, over at the left side, you ought to be able to see those .accdbs. So that's how to get the file name extensions to show up. Now that we can see the file name extensions, let's go open our next practice file. So down here in the lower left corner, click with me on Open Other Files, please. And then we're going to browse. So you're going to need to head to wherever you have stored your practice files. I'm going to my desktop. And then I'm going to my Access 2016 sample files. And then we're about to start Module 3, so we'll want to go to the Mods 3 and 4 folder. And let's open up a database named Query. Now you should be able to see the file name extensions. You may notice that a couple of these are MDBs, where the other ones are .accdbs. Files with an MDB extension means that they were created in an earlier version of Microsoft Access, specifically version 2003 or earlier. Anything created in 2007 or later has the ACCDB format. So we're going to open up a database named Query, which is in the older format, and then among other things, we'll see how to convert it to the newer ACCDB format. Not that you're going to have to do this a lot, especially since MDB was created in 2003 or earlier, and that's over 10-year-old software, but it does happen on occasion. So let's talk about how we would go about converting that. So first thing, let's open the one named Query.mdb with a double click. Here it comes. And just like in the past, we get the security warning. Certain active content has been disabled. We will click on Enable Content. All right, put your video on pause and catch up with me there. Open up the database named Query.mdb, please. All right, welcome back. Now over here in my navigation pane, I am seeing a list of the queries. And unless you know how to what's called split a database, it is not possible to have queries without tables, which means there must be some tables in here somewhere. And if you've looked at earlier modules, you have some inkling as to how we're going to get all that stuff to show up. It would involve this pull-down list arrow right over here. So click with me on that list arrow. We do want them grouped by object type, but I don't want to just see the queries. I want to see all the access objects. So slide down here under the pull-down list, and we'll say, show me all the access objects. And now I get to see that there are, in fact, tables that the queries are made from. And I'd also like to go look at the relationships window. If you were with me in Module 2, you would know that that's the first place I go when somebody hands me a database. So that's where I'm going to go right now. I want to get to the relationships window. I'm not seeing the button for it right now. So it's your turn to try to remember, where do you go up here to get to the relationships window? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got a 1 in 6 chance. So where would we go to get the relationships window? Hopefully it is jumping to the tip of your tongue as you say, Dan, head to the Database Tools ribbon. So I'm going to go right up here and click on the Database Tools Command tab to produce that Database Tools ribbon, and sure enough, there's my relationships window. So I'm going to click on that, and I would like you to do that with me. We will open up the relationships window, which so far doesn't really show any relationships. It just gives you the Show Table window. So catch up with me, everybody. Put your video on pause. Hopefully you've already got this database open. And then come with me to the Database Tools, and then click on the Relationships window. And when you do that, you should see all this stuff. The Show Table window will appear, and you got some stuff going on in the background here. So catch up with me. All right, everybody. I want to bring in all 4 of these tables. Now, I could go to each one and double-click on it. Or you might remember in an earlier lesson, what we had done was we held the Shift key and clicked on the 4th of the tables, which lights up all 4 of them that way. And then down here at the bottom, you can click on Add. Or, I didn't talk about this before, notice how the Add button has a blue box around it called the Focus box. What that means is if I were to hit the Enter key right now, it would choose the Add button even though I don't click on it. So you can either mouse click on it, or if you want to experiment, hit the Enter key right now, which is the same as clicking on Add, and here come your 4 tables. And then feel free to close the Show Table window. All right, so put the video on pause, catch up with me, get those 4 tables into our relationships window. All right, everybody, good work. Hope things are going smoothly for you. Next thing I want to do is something that earlier I had called landscaping. And what that means is I want to be able to see the names of the tables, and I want to be able to see all the fields in the tables without having to scroll up and down, if at all possible. So if I grab the corner of this particular table, I should be able to make it wider and taller at the same time. There's the wider. Here's the taller. All right, this one's wide enough, but it needs to be taller, so I'm grabbing the bottom border here, trying to get a 2-headed arrow by touching just the right spot. Easier said than done sometimes. There we go. All right, so there's my landscaping. I can see all the names of the tables. I can see all the names of the fields. I can see the primary keys. So come join me there in the relationships window. So here I am in my relationships window, and I want to create the list of relationships maybe by dragging. We won't do the lookup list here. So I want to take the department code to the str department. we won't worry about enforcing referential integrity right away. And I can see that this is going to be a one-to-many relationship. When I click on Create, there's my join line. I do not see the 1 and infinity because I didn't go with the checkbox that said Enforce Referential Integrity. All right, next I've got a parking lot code as a primary key here. Looking for some place to hook that up with. Well, here's a str parking lot code. So I'm going to drop it right on there, parking lot code to parking lot code, and create it. And then for the last one, I've got employee ID to employee ID. And you may remember from an earlier discussion, when they are both primary keys, either of those tables has the potential to be a parent table, but what's actually determining it is whichever one you grab first. So in my case, I'm going to do the same thing I did in the other module. I'm going to grab the personal data employee ID primary key and drag that onto the human resource data employee ID primary key. And that makes personal data table the parent, because I grabbed that one first, and the human resources data table the child table, because that's the one I dropped it on. And this is not going to be a one-to-many. This is that one-to-one relationship that I can then create. So there's my relationships, making up those 4 tables. So join me with those. The only one that's really important about which way you drag it is that last one. Let's drag from the employee ID in personal data table onto the employee ID in the human resources data table. So take a minute and catch up with me there. Create those relationships, please. There's something I'd like you to notice about this window, this relationships window. It has to do with the little index tab we're used to seeing up here in the upper left-hand corner. And in fact, if I go open a table like TBL department, that one doesn't seem to have a tab either. This is old school look here. And that's because this was a file whose name ended in .mdb, signifying that it was created in 2003 or earlier version when they didn't have the little tabs. So we're going to talk about 2 things. How can we take this database in the 2003 format and convert it to the newer file format? And then as a second step, how can we get those tabs to show up? And that is actually going to be 2 separate steps. And unfortunately, we'll have to close and reopen the database in between each of those 2 steps. So let's go check it out. First thing I'm going to do is get rid of TBL department. You can feel free to open that if you like and see how it overlaps and it doesn't have those tabs. But probably just seeing me do it is enough to figure out what's going on there. So I'm going to close that TBL department. Next thing I want to do is convert this 2003 database to a 2016 database. And in fact, the 2007, 2010, 2013, and 2016 versions of Access all use the same format. So we may see something that says convert it to the 2007 format. That's going to feel a little weird since we're using 2016, but hang in there. It is actually what we're going to want. So in order to take this database and convert it to the newer style, we're going to go up here to the File tab. I click on File. I'm now in this area called the Backstage view. Now it feels like I ought to be able to choose Save As. When I click on Save As, I have a choice here that says Save Database As. And then sure enough, I've got several different file types over here. For example, I could save it as a 2002 to 2003 format whose name would end in .mdb. I could change it to an even older format, the 2000 database format. By the way, right now it is this one, 2000 to 2003. Or, notice what's being suggested here, that we save the database as the newest file format, the ACCDB format. And that is actually what we want. So let's choose that one. And then you should be able to hit the Enter key. And it's telling me that I've got to close all of my tables and queries and that kind of stuff. Says, do you want access to do that for you? We're going to click on Yes. So catch up with me to where I am so far. Put our video on pause. Come to the File tab. That'll open up this Backstage view. In the Backstage view, click on Save As. That'll open up this window. Over here at the right side, we'll click on accessdatabase.accdb. You will probably get this warning message. So catch up with me there so you can see that warning message on your screen. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to say yes. I wanted to close all those objects. And now I see a last chance window. Are you sure you want to save changes to the layout of the relationships window? Yeah, I probably want to do that too. And so now it takes me to the window where I get to name this file. Now, you may or may not remember that when we opened it, its name was Query.mdb. And now down here, it's ready to save it as Query.accdb. And I might as well put it back in the same folder that I got it from originally, which would mean I can go over here to my desktop folder. Then I could head into my Access 2016 samples folder. Then I could head to my mods 3 and 4 folder. And then I could just name it Query. And I would have one file named Query.mdb, although I can't see it right now. And I'd have another file named Query.accdb. And we're just going to click Save to finish doing that. So I'd like you to do that. Put our video on pause. You went to File, you went to Save As, and you told it to save it as the newest file format. And we went through the steps, and now it says, all right, your database has been upgraded to the new 2007 file format. New database can no longer be shared with users of 2003 or earlier. So hopefully that's what you're seeing on your screen because you've paused the video and caught up with me. And then click the Okie dokie button. And then you'll have to enable the content again. All right, here we are. Catch up with me. All right, my impossible mission for us, your next assignment is to get it to show you the queries and the tables. So see if you can remember how to do that. It involves this little triangle right there. That's my big clue. All right, now I'm going to catch up with you. I'm going to click that down pointing list arrow, and I'm going to tell it I want to see all of the Access objects, not just the queries. And that lets me see that I do, in fact, have tables and queries here. All right, so what have we accomplished so far? Well, if I double-click on a table name, I still don't have any tabs. That's actually going to be a separate step. But if I haven't turned it into a 2007 file first, then I won't be able to turn on the little tabs here. So you do have to do it in this order, and I'm going to close this table. So we got one more thing we have to do under the File tab. So come on along with me. We're going to go click on File, and then we're going to slide down here to Options. And in this Options dialog window, every time I make a choice on the left side, it makes changes on the right-hand side. And so what we're about to do is not going to affect all databases from now on. It's only going to affect this database. And I mention that because that helps me remember where I need to go next, right up here where it says Current Database. So come join me that far, everybody. I went to File, and I went to Options, and then I went to Current Database. So come with me that far, everybody. Pause the video and catch up with me there. All right, things are looking good, everybody. Now, about halfway down the screen under Current Database, I'm looking at two radio buttons here that say Overlapping Windows, which is what we've got right now, versus Tabbed Documents. That's how I'm going to get those little index tabs to show up. So come on with me and let's choose the radio button for Tabbed Documents. Now, this one always makes me giggle a little bit, a little checkbox about do I want to display those tabs. Just offhand, I'm not quite sure why I would turn on the tab documents and then not display the tabs, but maybe I'm just not thinking clearly about that. But we'll definitely leave that check marked. So we'll switch to tab documents, we'll click on OK, and now we get one more time. It says, all right, you're going to have to close and reopen this database for that to take effect. So we're going to click on OK. I understand that we have to do that, and it doesn't do it for you. You're actually going to have to do that. So pause the video. Go in there under File and Options and Current Database, and then turn on the tab documents and OK that. And then when it tells you that you're going to have to close and reopen the database, you'll click OK, and then let's actually do that. So we're headed up to File, we're going to close it, and then we're going to reopen it. So back up there to File and Open. And then in this list of recent databases over at the right-hand side, we want to choose the query that's got the new file name extension, accdb. So you can click on that. And now when you open a table, you will have the tabs. Woo-woo, tabs. I know I'm easily amused at this time of day. So catch up with me. Turn on the tabs, close and reopen the database. You should have the tabs too. And now I'm going to right-click and close all. So what did we learn in that particular session? We learned how to, number one, convert it from a 2003 format to a 2007 and later format. And we had to do it in that order. We had to do that first, close and reopen the database, and then we could turn on the tabs. And then we had to close and reopen the database again. All right, me mateys, I'd like to tell you a little story about Dread Pirate Roberts. No, I really ought to drop the pirate thing. So let's go over here to the left-hand side. And I would like us to open the table named TBL Personal Data with a double click. So here I go, double clicking TBL Personal Data. I'd like you to do the same. Here's our tab here. Woo, tabs. So catch up with me, open up TBL Personal Data. All right, let's say the boss walks into the room one day and she says, I would like to have a phone printout. I want to see everybody's first name, their last name, and their phone number. Well, one of the ways I can do that is to hide columns in this table. And it's pretty easy to do. And in fact, to unhide columns, it's easier than it would be in Excel. So I keep referring to Excel. So let's see how we could go about hiding columns here for the printout that the boss wants. So one of the ways to do this, I want to hide the ID column because the boss said she wanted to see first name, last name, and phone number. So one of the ways that I can hide the ID column is to point at its column header, get my black arrow of death. That's not what Microsoft calls it, but that's what I call it. Everybody seems to remember what I'm talking about when I call it that. So I am going to right-click with my black arrow of death, and one of the choices that pops up on the pop-up menu is hide this field. Notice it does say fields, so apparently we could choose multiple fields and kind of hide them all at once, but so far I'm just doing that one, and when I click on hide fields, there it is hidden. The data's still in there, it's just hidden. So take a moment and do that. Right-click on the column header for the ID field and hide it. All right, welcome back. So the boss doesn't want to see address or city or state or zip. So here's a way that I can choose several of them and hide them. I'm going to start by pointing at the column header for address. I'm holding my left mouse button down and I have not let go as I drag over to city and state and zip. And I've got all four of those selected. And now if I right-click on any one of those four, I can choose to hide all four of them at once by clicking hide fields, and they're gone. So catch up with me there. All right, everybody. The other one that the boss doesn't want to see is the hire date. So you can simply do that with a right-click on the column header and hide that field. So this is what the boss wants to see. Wants to see just the first name, the last name, the phone number. We are ready to print that thing out. So let's say that we have done that. We've printed that thing out. And then she looks at it and she says, all right, that's pretty good. Although it would be even more useful if we could sort it by the last name. So I'm thinking, all right, let's sort it by the last name. Well, it's been a while since we talked about it, but in an earlier module we saw how to do it. One of the ways to do it is to click anywhere in the last name column, and then up here under the Home tab, we could say, hey, let's sort that in ascending order. So I've just done that. I've clicked on ascending order, and now we've got Barranco before Cole, before Coleman, before Fink, Gardner. We've got three people named Gordon in here. So take just a moment and do what I did. I clicked anywhere in the last name column, and then I went up here under my Home tab and clicked on ascending. So come join me with that, please. So hopefully you have caught up with me and we have things sorted by last name. And so we send this thing to the printer. We go to the File tab, we choose Print. I don't actually have a printer set up, but if I did, I could click on Print here and choose which printer and how many copies and all that. Or if I got my printer set up already, I could click on Quick Print and it would just print one copy of that table for me. But I don't have a printer hooked up, so I'm going to back out of here. You can feel free to try printing that if you like on your screen. Definitely feel free to do that. Otherwise, you can do what I'm about to do, which is to click this back button to step out of this backstage view back to my normal view. All right, so either you printed it or you didn't print it, but you are basically with me here on the alphabetized list showing just the fields that the boss wants. And so she says, yeah, that's a great list. Thanks for printing that out for me. I'll probably want to do that again next month. We'll see if we've got any new employees or if we've lost any employees and we can compare them. Or maybe their phone numbers change. So I'll need another phone printout maybe next month. All right, so I'm ready to put away my table here. I'm going to right-click on it and close it. And it asks me, do you want to save the changes to the design of the table? And I'm thinking to myself, hey, why not? She said she's going to want to print out just like this next month. Might as well leave those fields hidden and so forth. And we'll just save it the way it is right now. So I'm going to say yes, save it the way it is right now. All right, come join me. All right, welcome back. So now it's a month later. I go to reopen that table, TBL person data. I double click on it. Here it is, pops up with just those 3 fields, nicely sorted by last name. Things are looking good. So now we go to hire a new employee. So I'm going to slide down here. I'm going to start entering a new employee down here at the bottom. First name will be Fernando. Last name will be McAllister. And phone number, let's see, area code 222. Now, I don't have any input masks here, so it's not automatically putting in parentheses and hyphens and stuff. I have to type them myself. Hyphen 333-4444. And then I'm ready to tell it I'm done entering that new employee. And some of you may be way ahead of me on this, and that's okay. So I'm going to click on the Finish Saving That button, and I get a little error message here. The error message says, index or primary key cannot contain a null value. Now, I didn't type the word null in there anywhere. What the heck does it mean, a null value? Well, some of you may have run into this term before, either in math classes where you're talking about set theory, or in other kind of database things. The word null is a structured query language, SQL keyword for totally blank. So here's what's going on. It's letting me know that the primary key cannot be totally blank. We've mentioned this in passing earlier, but now I can actually see it in action. Now, the primary key is left blank because we've hidden it. So there's a couple of things we can do about this. First of all, I should probably click OK. So hopefully you've been playing along with me. Try what you saw me do. Add this bum Fernando McAllister, fill in the phone number, try to save it. You should get that same error message, and we'll click OK. All right, so first thing I want to do is maybe stop entering this. And I can do that by hitting a key on my keyboard, which if you've been in our earlier modules, you may remember as the escape key. So I'm just going to go tap the escape key and stop entering that record. And what I want to do now is I'm realizing, okay, every time I enter a new employee, I need maybe more than their phone number. I may need other information like their street address and stuff like that. So what I'd like to do now is unhide all of those columns. And then we'll talk about how we really should have done this, which is through a query so that the table is undisturbed. So the next thing we're going to want to talk about in the next session here is how do we go about unhiding those columns. So that's going to be our next subject of discussion. So our next subject of discussion here is how do I unhide the columns and save the table again with all the columns showing. Now let me go back to Excel for a moment. Those of you who have ever worked in Excel and have hidden columns, you would know that getting them unhidden can take a little bit of work in Excel. If you have hidden column D, for example, and then you want to unhide it in Excel, you have to surround it. You have to choose columns C and E, and then with those selected, you could go in and unhide column D, which is in between them. You don't actually have to work that hard here in Microsoft Access. So in order to unhide the columns, we're going to kind of start out the same way that we hid them in the first place. That is, I'm going to right-click on one of the column headers, and then this time, instead of hiding the fields, I'm going to choose to unhide the fields. Notice it doesn't say show them, it says unhide them. So when I click on that, look what I get. I get a list of all of the fields that are in the database, and if it has a check mark, then they're shown. If it doesn't have a check mark, they are hidden. So if I want to show all the columns, I just go in here and check mark all the columns. And as I check mark them, I see immediate results. So every time I check mark one of these, they are shown. Every time I remove a check mark, they are hidden. Which actually leads me to a little side discussion. If I had lots and lots of fields in here, and I wanted to hide just some of them, one of the quickest ways to hide a bunch of columns is to actually go to the Unhide Columns window. I know that feels all inside out when you say it, but when you're looking at it like this, you can see how easy that would be. So rather than selecting the fields and then right-clicking to hide them, you could just select any field and tell it to unhide the columns, and then in here either check mark or uncheck the ones you do want to see or don't want to see. I wish there was a select all. There is not. So I'm going to have to check each one of them by hand here to get them to come back. So I would like you to do the same thing. We right-click on any column header, and then on the pop-up menu choose to unhide the columns, and then in this dialog window, check mark all of them so that they are no longer hidden, and then there's no OK button here. You'll just click close. So catch up with me there. Pause the video, right-click on any column heading, and unhide all of those columns, all of those fields. All right, very good, everybody. Now we're going to go close this table. Right-click, close the table. It asks you if you want to save the changes to the layout, not the data, but the layout. We're going to say yes. So next time we open this table, it will have all of the fields. When I double-click on it, there's all of the fields, and when I go to enter the next employee, I won't have a problem like making sure I get the ID primary key in there, because I'll be able to see it, and I'll be able to see that I need to type it in. All right, so hopefully you have done that. You have unhidden all of the fields. If not, then please do that. Now that we have unhidden all of the fields, let's tackle that printout that the boss wants for the phone list, where she wants the first name, the last name, and the phone number. The way we can get around this, the problems that we've had, is to not make this as a table with a bunch of hidden fields, but to make our very first query to do this job. Woo-hoo, time to make our first query. So you don't have to have this table open to build a query that uses it. So feel free to close that TBL personal data table. And if it asks you about saving layout changes, you will say yes. It shouldn't ask, because I think we already did save the layout changes. So time to build our first query. Let me change how I'm saying that. Let's make it time to create our first query. And the reason I'm saying that is it's a big clue as to how to get started. And let's go up here and click on Create, one and all. And then I've got stuff about creating tables, creating queries, creating forms, reports. So right here in the Queries group, let's use Query Design window. So come with me and click on that. Query Design should open up this window. Gee, where have we seen this before? So catch up with me. Go up there and click on Create, and then Query Design. All right, this window should look familiar to you. Where have we seen this before? It was, in fact, in the Relationships window. And the top part of our Query Design window is basically a Relationships window. But in this case, I only need one table. I only need the personal data table. So we can point at TBL personal data, give it a quick double click. It appears in the background, and then you can feel free to close the Show Table window, either up here or down there, whichever way you want to do it. Close that window, and then a little bit of landscaping here. Make it tall enough so you can see all the fields. All right, so catch up with me. Get into that Query Design window, and then do your landscaping. Bring in that one table, and then drag down so you can see all the fields without having to scroll up and down. All right, good work, everybody. So now it's time to put in the three fields that we want. We want the first name, the last name, and the phone number. So we're going to talk about several ways that we can take stuff from the list of available fields and get them down into the bottom part here called the Query Design Grid. So here comes my first way. I want to have the first name in here. So I'm actually going to grab the field called first name, and I'm going to start dragging downward. And at first, it looks like I'm doing something illegal. I got the Ghostbusters slash there. But I'm just going to be brave. I'm going to drag it right down here into the Query Design Grid, into the first available column. I let go. There. I will now have the first name in my query. So put the video on pause and do that. Grab first name, drag it down into that first column, and let go. All right, here comes my next way of putting a field in my Query Design Grid. I'm going to point at last name, and I'm not going to drag it this time. I'm simply going to double-click on it. So here I go. Tap, tap. It finds the next available column and drops it right in there. Your turn. Double-click on last name to drop it in your Query Design Grid. All right, here comes my third way. You might notice that in this field row, there is a little pull-down arrow here. And when I click on it, here's a list of all the fields. So let's try that method for our third column over here. Click anywhere in the field box for the third column. And then on the pull-down list, what was the other field that the boss wants in this phone printout? Gee, there was a big clue. Yeah, we want the phone number in there, so click on that one. So that's our first way of selecting which table to pull fields from and which fields that we want to see. Remember, those are a couple of things we can do in a select query. Select the table, select the fields. All right, I think we're good to go here, at least for the start. Might be a really good idea to save this query right now. It's got this generic name, Query 1. Let's go right-click on that tab named Query 1, and in the pop-up menu that appears, we'll click the Save button. One of the things that lets us do is name our new query. And if I'm going to use Lizinski naming conventions, then instead of starting the name with TBL for a table, this would be QRY as the three-letter prefix, usually in lowercase letters. So QRY, and then if we're following the Stan Lizinski naming conventions, we would not have any spaces in the name of this query as we name it phone list. You may notice that I've capitalized the P in phone and the L in list. And then I'm going to click OK, and I should see the new name of that query right here. So put the video on pause and do that with me. We save that query, which lets us name it QRY phone list. All right, now I would like to see what it looks like. And in the upper left-hand corner of my Query Tools Design window, I have two buttons that, for a select query, will actually produce the same result. The first one is switching from the Design view to the Datasheet view. So let's try that method. So assuming you got the three fields down here, come on up and we'll click on this View button to go to the Datasheet view of this query. And here it is. This looks very much like that phone list that we made by hiding columns in the table. Only in this case, next time I open the personal data table, all the columns will still be in there. And yet the next time I run this query, these will be the columns that I see. So let's go back to that design view. Here's our button for the design view of this query. So here's where we created it. Here's where we chose which table to use, which fields we wanted to see, either by dragging or double-clicking or using the pull-down list arrow. Here's another way to look at the results of that query. You can go up here and click the red exclamation mark Run button. And when I click on that, I get exactly the same results that I got when I went to the Datasheet button. So try that one. Go back to your design view. And then this time, instead of the Datasheet view button, let's try the Run Query button. And you should see the same results. So here are the results of my first query, and I'm thinking of printing this thing out, and then I remember that the boss wanted things alphabetized. So I could do a sort ascending here in the Datasheet view, but really if I wanted to remember to sort this thing every time I run this query, I ought to build the sort into the design view. So I'm going to switch back to the design view here. And then you may notice down here in the query design grid, there is a row called sort. So I'm going to tell it to sort by the last name. I'm going to click across from sort under last name, a little pull down arrow. I'm going to tell it to sort in ascending order, that is alphabetically by last name, and then I'm going to go run that query again. And here it is, Barranco, Cole, Coleman, Gordon, Gordon, Gordon. So join me there. I went to the design view and I went to the sort row and said sort it in ascending order by last name, and then I ran the query, or you can go to the Datasheet view button. Both of those will produce the same result. So, put the video on pause. Catch up with me there. All right, good work so far. And then the boss notices these people named Gordon. And she says, could you make it come in alphabetical order by first name inside the last name? That is, could I get Ann Gordon to show before Daniel Gordon to show before Valerie Gordon? And I'm thinking, yeah, I think I can do that. So let's go to the design view here. And we will add a sort for the first name in ascending order. Those of you who saw Module 1, you may be way ahead of me here. So I'm sorting by first name, sorting by last name. I'm going to run that query. And here it is, sorting by first name. And if I had two people with the same first name, then it would be subsorting by the last name. And that's because Microsoft Access sorts left to right. So even though I told it to sort by the last name first time-wise, and then came in later and added a sort by the first name, it now sorts left to right. So really what I need to do is swap the order of these two fields. And it takes a little bit of a trick. So first of all, catch up with me as to what I've done so far. We told it to sort by the last name, and then we came back and told it to sort by the first name, and it's not quite doing what the boss wants. So I'm back to the design view here. So, question is now, how do I change the order of these fields? Well, there's a relatively quick way to do it, but you have to be a little bit careful about where you're clicking. Let me use my third-party software to zoom in here. notice this skinny gray bar across the top of my query design grid. It's only about like 1/8 of an inch tall, and I need to get my mouse right in that spot to get my black arrow of death, I call it. And what I want to do is grab the first name field and drop it over here to the right of last name, but to the left of the phone number. And so if I try to do that all in one real quick thing, I point, I hold the mouse button down, and I drag. Notice I was not able to drag first name sideways. What I'm doing so far is selecting multiple fields, which is great if that's what I want to do, but in this case, it's not what I want to do. So here's the trick that it takes. I'm going to click over here and start over again. I'm going to point at that little bar, get my black arrow of death, and I'm going to click and let go. Now I'm going to leave the mouse right in that same place, pointing at that little 1/16 of an inch, 1/8 of an inch bar, and now I grab it a second time and drag it, and you should be able to see this vertical line as a marker about where I'm going to drop it, and I want to drop it to the right of last name, but to the left of the phone number, and when I let go, there it is. I now have the last name, and then the first name, and then the phone number. So take a moment and try that. I'm going to put it back where I found it. I grab it, I drag it sideways, I drop it in there. So again, let me show you again the way I did that. Click, let go, grab, drag, watch for the vertical ruler bar, let go. You should then wind up with last name followed by first name. So pause the video, catch up with me there, please. All right, everybody, let's go see the results of this now. So either the datasheet view button or the run button, up to you which one. Whichever one you use last, maybe use the other one this time. And here are my results. So I got Barranco and then Cole and then Coleman. Here's my 3 Gordons with Ann Gordon before Daniel Gordon before Valerie Gordon. Woo woo! Yay! Hopefully that is working equally well for you. And then we show this to the boss, and the boss says, I like that. Now, could we put the first name to the left and the last name to the right? And I'm going to say, no, I can't. No, I am not going to say, no, I can't do that. But I'd like you to notice something. When I changed the order of the fields in the design view, they changed the order of the fields here in the datasheet view. But I can actually change the order of the fields in the datasheet view as well with using a similar little trick. And here's the thing. When I change the order in the datasheet view here, it will not change the order in the design view. Let me say that again. When I change the order in the design view, it automatically changes the order in the datasheet view, but not vice versa. So I'd like you to watch me. I'm going to click here on the last name column header, and I'm going to let go. And then I'm going to drag it a second time. I'm going to grab it and drag it, and I'm going to drop the last name to the right of the first name out here in the datasheet view. And when I do that, I've swapped the order of them, and I have not lost my sort. Ann Gordon still comes before Daniel, still comes before Valerie. And that's because when I go to the design view, they are still in the order that I need them left to right for the sorting. Last name followed by the first name. But out here in the datasheet view, I have the first name followed by the last name. So I'd like you to try that. Go click on the column header for the last name, and then let go, and then grab it and drag it over here to the right of the first name. And when you let go, it will keep the sorting. And it will show the thing the way the boss wants to see. First name, then last name, then phone number. So put the video on pause and catch up with me, everybody. So well done, one and all. So let's save the latest version of this query. We're going to right-click on the tab up here, and you could choose Save. By the way, another way to do that is to go up here and click on the Save button right up in the upper left-hand corner there. You will not be saving the entire database. You'll just be saving this query. So I'm going to go this way. I'm going to right-click on this tab and choose to save. If you want to try it, feel free to go up and click on that Save button as well. All right, let's close the query, and let's see that when we reopen it the next time, it's going to look just like this. So I'm right-clicking to close the query. And then to rerun the query, I'm going to find it over here in my list of available queries, several of which were here before we got here and we haven't looked at them. But here's the one we made, Query Phone. And in order to run that query, I just double-click on it. It goes and gathers the latest data from the personal data table and presents that to me in my formatted view with the sorting that I put together. And yet, when I go back to my original table here, TBL Personal Data, and double-click on that, it's got all of the fields here. So I don't have to worry about hiding the fields and unhiding the fields. Leave the table alone and create a query to do the printout that the boss wanted. So that was our first query. It didn't involve more than one table, but we did have a reason to create a query from just one table so far. We've been talking about select queries, where you get to select which table or tables that you're going to pull information from. And we've seen that you can also select which fields that you want to see. And we saw a couple of methods of putting the fields into the query design grid, but I'd like to talk about some more methods. So I'm going to start with a query. Let's go to the Create tab, one and all. And let's say we're going to create another query in the design view. So we're going to click on Query Design button. And when I do that, it gives me the Show Table window. And this time the only table I want is TBL Personal Data. So I can click on it and then click Add, or I can double click on it. Whichever way I want to do that, go ahead and put that table in the background, and then I'm going to close this window. By the way, I'd like to show you one more way of bringing in a table into this query design grid. Let's say that I also wanted to bring in the parking info table. I can literally grab it over here in the navigation pane and drag its butt right into this section. So you got more than one way to bring tables into this window. I don't need that show table window. Although if I had the show table window and I made a choice and then I wish I could get that show table window back again, there's a button for it right here. If I click on that show table button, there's that thing again. So you got multiple ways of bringing things in. Now for this particular query, I don't want TBL parking info, so I'm going to click on it and I'm going to tap the delete key to hide that table. And then a little bit of landscaping here again, where I grab the corner and make it tall enough to show all of the fields. All right, it's your turn to do that much. Put our video on pause, start a brand new query through the Create ribbon and Query Design buttons. And then you're going to bring in just the one table, TBL Personal Data, get rid of the Show Table window, and do some landscaping so you can see all the fields. Put the video on pause, catch up with me. All right, welcome back. So let's say that I want maybe the first 4 fields here to go into my query design grid. We've seen a couple of ways to do it. We've seen the drag it down there method. We've seen the double click on it method. We've seen the use the pull down arrow method to choose from available fields. Now I'd like to talk about a couple other methods. So if, for example, I wanted the first 4, then I would like to select the first 4. I click on the first one, I go to click on the second one. Oops, I lost the first one there. So we had a little discussion earlier about control click, which chooses multiples, but not the ones in between. And I think I also mentioned if I click on this one and then hold the shift instead of control key and click on the 4th one, then I do get all the ones in between. Once I've done that, I can't double click to put all 4 of them in, because as soon as I double click on one of them, I only get that one. I'm going to go down here and get my black arrow of death and click to choose that and delete it. So what I really want to do here is click on the first one, shift click on the 4th one, and then let go of all keys. You're not holding any shift or controls. Point at any one of these 4, drag it down to the query design grid and let go. It populates those in the order that they were showing at the top, drops them into the grid at the bottom. And we've seen that we can move them around. If we click on one and let go and then grab it, we've done that whole thing. So try that for a second. Click on the first one, shift click on the 4th one, let go of all the keys, and then drag them down. All right, so that was pretty easy. Now I want to get rid of these and start another one. So I'm just going to drag with my black arrow of death. Notice how I have to get in that little 1/16 of an inch gray bar there. So I'm just going to click and drag to select all 4 of those, and then I'm going to tap the delete key, and they're gone out of there. So take a moment and do that. All right, here comes my next method. There's a little star up here. It's kind of hard to see. Let me zoom in on it for a minute. Talk about that star right there. The star is sometimes used as what's called a wildcard, and we'll be talking about it a little bit more in a minute, but let me just demonstrate a quick thing about using the star here. So I'm going to point at that star and I'm going to double click on it, and it puts something down here in the query design grid. And in fact, if I use my third-party zooming in software, you can see it has the name of the table and then a dot and then a star. So I'm wondering what the heck that means. Which field am I going to see here? I don't even see a field name. Well, let's go find out. So catch up with me. Put the video on pause, give it a double click on the star. You will see this same thing. So catch up with me there. All right, now let's see which field or fields appear when we either run the query or do the datasheet view button. I'm going to do a little drum roll here. Oh, look, I got all of the fields showing up. I couldn't see any of their names, but all of a sudden, having put the star down there in the design grid, it puts all of the fields in here. Now, what if I wanted to then sort this by the state field? I got people from New Jersey, got people from New York. I want to have all the Jerseyites next to each other, all the New Yorkers next to each other, so I'd like to sort by that. I'm going to go back to my design grid, and I've got this sort row here, but what would I be sorting by if I can't see a field name? Well, I'm going to bring in the field name that I want to sort by. That would be the state. I'm actually going to drag it right on down here. I could have double-clicked on it. And then I'm going to tell it to sort by that in ascending order. So come join me there. Put in that state field. You could double-click it. You could drag it. And then down in the sort row here, sort it in ascending order. All right, let's see it do its thing now. So use the datasheet view button or the run button, whichever one you used last time, use the other one this time, just to prove to yourself that in this kind of a select query, they both produce the same on-screen result. So I'm looking at things here. There's all my New Jersey people right next to each other, and then my New York is coming right at the end. Hey, looks pretty cool there. Except there is one little thing that's not so wonderful here. If I grab my scroll box and drag way over to the right, I've got the state field showing up again. So it did a nice thing about sorting, but kind of a weird thing having it in there twice. Come with me back to the design view. And I would like you to note a row here labeled show. Very often people will ask me, why would I have a field in the query design grid and not show it? Well, this might be a reason. So I want to sort by that field, but I don't want to see the extra version of it. So I'm going to unshow it, and then I'm going to run my query again, and I've got the sorting going on, and I can't see that extra field there. So go ahead and try that. Get rid of the show checkbox, but keep it sorted ascending by the state. All right, very good, everybody. For some more practice, get your black arrow of death, and select those couple of columns and tap the delete key and take them out of there. All right, let's talk about another way that I could add all of the fields. I could, for example, click on this top one and then hold the shift key and click on the bottom one. Although I need to mention that every once in a while, you'll have a table that has so many fields in it, no matter how much landscaping you do, you won't be able to fit them all on one screen here. So there's yet another way that you can choose all of the fields in this list, even when you have like 50 fields in the table and they're extending down off the bottom of the screen. You can do this. You can point at the title bar and double click on it. That will choose all of the fields, even the ones you can't see if there are so many fields that you can't fit them all on screen. By the way, if you couldn't fit them all on screen, you would have to grab the scroll box and drag down to see the ones that are hidden off the bottom. So this is my new method. If I double click on the title bar of the list of available fields and then grab any one of them and drag them down here, that will populate all of them, and I can see them in the grid, and I'll be able to see them in the datasheet view. And then if I tell it to sort by last name in ascending order, for example, then when I run my query, I am sorting by last name in ascending order. Now, as we've discussed in the past, if I want to sort them by last name and then first name, then I have to worry about which one is on the left in here, and that whole discussion that we had a few minutes ago. So now let's say that I would like to take all of these fields out of here again. I could do it this way. I could get my black arrow of death and drag, and I get over to the right edge, and I keep going to the right, and holy cow, I went way too far. So now I'm trying to go back this way. Oh, and I went too far. It goes really too far really fast. So let's talk about another method for clearing this bottom design grid. There is a button available that at a single click could clear that design grid. It's just in kind of an odd place. So I'm right in this ribbon here about designing the grid, and I'm looking for a button that would say clear the grid, and unfortunately there is not one. So let me show you where it is, and once we spot it, what we'll do is make it easy to find by adding it to this quick access toolbar up here. So first of all, let's talk about where it's found. So come on with me to the Home tab. I'm assuming you're doing that on your screen as well. And right now, while I'm creating this query, most of the stuff in this whole ribbon is grayed out, except maybe for this button that says Advanced. I'm going to click on Advanced. And the last time we were here, we were doing an advanced filter sort. Notice that's grayed out. In fact, almost everything in this window is grayed out except Clear Grid. I'm going to click on Clear Grid. Oh, look, it cleared the grid. So I actually had to step out of the Query Design tools to go to the Home ribbon, to go to the Sort and Filter group and click on Advanced, and then clear the grid. But I did say that there would be a way we could add it to our Quick Access toolbar, and here it comes. So I'm going to click on the Home tab. I'm going to click on Advanced, and this time I'm going to point down and right-click on Clear Grid. I get a little pop-up menu, and notice the very top choice in the pop-up menu says I could add it to my Quick Access toolbar. I'm going to left-click on that, and from now on, anytime I need to clear the grid, it'll be sitting right up here, and it won't matter which ribbon tab I'm looking under. So that was pretty easy. You just had to know where to find it. It was easy but not obvious, let's say it that way. So take a moment and add the Clear Grid button to your Quick Access toolbar. Again, that was found here under the Home tab, Advanced in the Sort and Filter group, right-click on Clear Grid, and then add it to the Quick Access toolbar. Notice that's grayed out for me because it's already up there. So pause your video and catch up with me that way. In the past few sessions, we have talked about different things that you can select in your select queries, which tables, which fields, how it should be sorted. Now I'd like to talk about the fourth thing on this list, selecting which records should be displayed by filtering. Now, when we were talking about tables earlier on, we did a little bit of filtering through the auto-filtering arrows that appear at the top of a column. But rather than running a query to show all of the records and then filtering them through the auto-filtering arrows, maybe there are queries that I need to run that always look for the same information, like just the people from a particular state, or just the people who work in a particular department, and every time I run that query, I just want to see those people without having to additionally filter it after the query is run. So we're going to build the filtering into the query, and that's going to be our next subject for discussion. So let's go create another query. I'm going up to the Create tab. I'm going to do it through the Query Design window. And I would like to bring in the Personal Data table with a double click. And I'm just going to close that window. A little bit of landscaping here. Okay, so let's talk about the filtering. First thing I'd like to do is put all of the fields in here. Remember that we can put all of the fields in the bottom by double-clicking on the title of the table and then grabbing any one field and dragging it into the design grid at the bottom. So do that for just a moment, and then we're going to talk about this criteria and the OR rows down in the Query Design Grid. So populate your grid first, and then come on back. Okay, so down here at the bottom, if I grab this little divider line and drag it up, we have a criteria row and an OR row, and then some more kind of blank rows. Those can be used for more ORs. So we'll start out kind of simple, and then we'll get more complicated. So let's say if I just run my query right now, I see 25 records, and everybody on this list is either from New York or New Jersey. So let's say I just want to see the New Jerseyites. So I'm going to go back to my design view, and in the criteria row, under STR state, I'm going to fill in that I want to see people in New Jersey. By the way, note the way I just typed that. How do you think that's going to work for me? Looking for NEWJERSEY. Is it going to find any of those? No, I actually have to be familiar enough with my data to know that it's entered as NJ or NY. And there's no pull-down list to choose from here. I just have to know the data. And with your data, when you're working in your own databases, that's not going to be a problem. You're going to know that data. So I'm going to go fix this. I'm going to make it say NJ. And then I'd like to start building a habit right here. It's not going to be too impressive right here at the beginning, but as we get more complicated, this will come in handy. So every time I type in a criteria that I'm going to try to filter by, I will then hit the Tab key. When I hit the tab key, it does a couple of things. It puts the cursor over in the next field, and if there are any mistakes in the way that I typed my information, it will either fix it or it will tell me that there's something wrong. And in this case, if I use my third-party software to zoom in, I discover it actually put quote marks around my NJ. So I'd like you to do that much. Here in your query design grid, populate the whole grid with all the fields, and then let's put in an NJ and then hit the tab key. You should see yours will put quotes around it as well. So catch up with me. All right, and then let's run our query now. So I am down to 20 of my employees now, and all of them are from New Jersey. So try it on yours. You should see the same results. 20 out of 25 are from Jersey. Okay, back to the design view. So let's get rid of the New Jersey out of there. I'm dragging across that. And then this time, I'm going to filter by city. And if I just run the query right now, everybody's showing up because I've removed the criteria. And I'm looking at a couple of city names here, like I see Hoboken, New Jersey, and I see Union City, New Jersey, and I see New York, New York. So maybe we'll start out looking for just one of those cities, and then we'll talk about how could I see more than one. So I'm going back to my design grid here, and this time not under the state, but under the city. Let us type in Hoboken. By the way, you might have noticed while I began typing that, it's offering me functions that I could use in formulas, for example. I'm not quite ready to talk about those, so I'm going to ignore that at the moment. So we're typing in this city name, Hoboken, birthplace of Frank Sinatra, if you care. And then I'm going to hit that tab key, and I see quote marks around Hoboken. All right, catch up with me there, Hoboken. Hit the tab key. By the way, if you spell it wrong, it won't catch that. It doesn't know how to spell Hoboken. It won't know if you spelled it wrong. So that part's up to you to do. So we got Hoboken, and then we run our query, and it looks like there's only one person among our 25 that's from Hoboken. All right, now I'd like to talk about that OR row. So I'm going to stay under the city field here. I'm looking for Hoboken, and in the same list, I would also like to see people from New York City. And that is actually spelled out, New York, with a space in there and all that kind of stuff. I'm hitting the tab key, it puts quote marks around it. And now I'm going to run my query or go to the datasheet view. So here's everybody from Hoboken or New York, all in one filter. And so if I save this filter, next time I run the filter, these are the people I would see. So I could have a filter that shows just the people in a particular department every time I run the query. Or show the people in a particular department in a particular state. We haven't really done that yet. So let's go back to our design view. Run this query before moving on. Let me just remind you what we got in there. Hoboken in one row, in the criteria row, and New York in the OR row. So run that query if you haven't already. All right, so I'd like to show you something special that happens when we save this query and then open it up again in its design view. So let's go to the tab that says Generic Query 1. Let's right-click on it, tell it we're going to save it. We do have Lisinski naming conventions going on here, which means we should start the name with lowercase qry, and then maybe I want to name it for what I'm always looking for every time I run it, Hoboken or New York. But if I'm following Lisinski naming conventions, I shouldn't have spaces in the name. So I can either just smush it all together, Hoboken or New York, or I'll see people do this every once in a while, Hoboken, and then where they would normally just put a space, they'll use the underscore character. That is holding the shift key as you tap the minus sign. And now I could say New underscore York. So it kind of looks like spaces in there, but it's not. And again, the Lisinski naming conventions are for programmers who use structured query language. It's helpful for them to not have spaces in the names. All right, so there's what I'm naming it, Query Hoboken, New York. I'm clicking on OK. Here's the new name up here. Here's the new name over in my navigation pane. So catch up with me, go ahead and save it, name it that, and then right-click to close it, please. All right, welcome back. So the next time I need to see the people in Hoboken and New York, maybe since the last time I ran the query, we hired 3 new people, and 2 of them are from Hoboken. They would show up in the query the next time I run it. So let's go run that query now. Query Hoboken, New York. I'm going to double click on it. Here it comes. There's all my people from Hoboken and New York. And if newer people have been added to the table that it's pulling from, then those people would show up on this list. And if I go in here and type in something here in the query, you may remember that I would then get a pencil, and I could click on the pencil, and that would feed that information back into the table that it came from. I'm just going to tap the escape key. All right, let's go to the design view because there's a special thing going on here. Remember how we typed Hoboken on one row and New York on the OR row underneath the criteria row? When I come back, it has actually stored it in a slightly different way, with the word OR in there all on one row. So you could write it that way. You could write this or that instead of using one criteria row and one OR row. Just wanted you to see that. We'll be doing a little bit more of that as we go. So far in our filtering, we've been looking for exact matches. Show me those that are equal to New York. Show me those that are equal to Hoboken. Sometimes I want a range of answers, like all of the people hired after a particular date without having to go in and check mark, okay, I want January 1st, and then I want January 9th, and then I want January 12th. We could say, show me all the dates that are after a particular date by using the greater than sign in a query. So let's make our next query out of that same table, personal data. So create tab, query design window, TBL personal data with a double click, close that window, do a little landscaping and all that stuff we normally do. So go that far. Start a new query with that table, please. All right, let's populate the entire grid with our double click on the title bar trick and drag. So there's all our fields. And then this time I want to talk about the date time hire date field, which is over here towards the end. And now I'm going to come down into that criteria row. And I'm going to type in using a greater than sign. So I'm typing greater than, and then I'm going to put in a date like the last day of 1990, 12/31/ now I can either type out 1990 or I can just type 90. So if I type something with like a 01 or, some small number, it will assume that I mean in the 2000s. But if I type something that's up above like 20, since we're not up to 2020 yet, it will assume that I mean in the 1900s. I'm about to hit the tab key, and there's going to be a special thing that happens here. Let me use my third-party zooming software. You may remember when I had words in there like Hoboken and New York, it put quotes around them. Notice that it's put pound signs, hashtags, officially named Octothorpe, if you care of the official name there. By the way, if you want to impress your geeky friends later this week, tell them you were learning in an Access class and you saw Octothorpes, but don't tell them what it is. It's spelled pretty much how you think it would be spelled, Octothorp. So don't tell them what it is. You'll keep them busy for a little while trying to figure out what it is, looking things up on Google. They'll probably be real disappointed, but you will have kept them busy for 5 minutes. Anyway, I'm backing out here. I'm zooming out. So why don't you try that with me? Greater than, you don't have to type the pound signs there. By the way, if you decide to type them, make sure you type both of them. If you don't type either of them, it puts them both in. But if I put in the opening one and forget to put the closing one, I'll just get an error message. It won't fix it for me. So you're just going to type the date there, and when you hit tab, you'll see the Octothorpes appear. So catch up with me there, everybody. All right, time to run our query. You may remember we started out with 25 employees. Time to go to Dash Sheet View or run it. Now I find that I have 17 of those 25 employees that were hired after that particular date. Let's see, it's maybe a little hard to tell that they were hired after that particular date. Maybe I could sort them here to make it more obvious. Yes, I could sort them in the results, but why don't I sort them every time I run the query? So we'll just say, when we're doing the dates here, let's sort them maybe in descending order, which would mean the later hires, the new employees, are at the top of the list, and the older employees, the ones that have been working for me longer, are at the bottom of the list. And now I'm going to run that query again. So I've got the same 17 people, but I can see the newest one that I've hired was in 95. Man, I gotta get some younger employees in here. So catch up with me. We went to the design view, and we set up our threshold date, and then we ran that query. Next subject. What if I want to find the people who are hired between two dates? I have a lower threshold and an upper threshold. Well, this is going to involve a structured query language keyword. Instead of or, it's going to be and. And it's going to be kind of wide here. And if I type a lot of stuff in this box, it'll start scrolling left and right, and I'll only be able to see part of it at a time. So I'd like to introduce an idea called zoom. And this is not zoom in and out like I've been doing with my third-party software. The zoom window is simply a bigger window where you can type stuff. Maybe they should change the name of it, but nobody asked me. So there's a couple of ways to get to the zoom window. Here's my favorite way. I'm going to right-click here in the criteria row under the date, and there's a little pop-up menu, and I can choose zoom right in there. So welcome to the wonderful zoom window. Now I got lots of room to type stuff, and it won't be scrolling left and right. But it is kind of tiny. So I'm going to go down here and click on the font button, and I'm going to blow that font up from the initial tiny 8-point font to maybe 12. And I'm going to OK that. So your turn to do that. Remember what I did. I right-clicked down here, and I told it I wanted to zoom. By the way, keyboard shortcut for zoom is Shift and F2. So maybe I'll try it that way right now. I'm going to click in the spot, and then I'm holding Shift and tapping F2. Oh, look, the zoom window. So catch up with me there. You're going to leave the date that's in there so far, and then go to the zoom window using either of those methods I just showed you. And then when you get there, maybe blow the font up from 8-point to 12-point. All right, welcome back, everybody. Now, having blown up the font, I don't see a cursor here anymore. So as I'm trying to type, I got, it opens up kind of funny things here. So I need to go and click and put my cursor right there. And then I'm going to leave a space, and I'm going to use the word and this time. And at the same time, I want these dates to be greater than the end of 1990, and at the same time, I want these dates to be earlier than, that is, less than, how about January 1st of 1992. Now I can type the pound signs, the octothorpes, or I can leave them out. I'm going to leave them out for the moment and click on OK. And then if I maybe go to that zoom window again, Shift F2, I discover that it actually did the octothorpes. Also notice I only typed 92, it filled in 1992. So I'll leave that on screen for a minute. Catch up with me, get to that zoom window. Notice it is definitely not about zooming in on screen. It's just a big typing window. And fill in those dates. I want to see everybody hired after the end of 1990, but before the beginning of 92. Which should mean that I'm going to see pretty much everybody hired in 1991 here. I'm going to OK that, and then I'm going to run it. And there's my people who were hired in 1991. Your turn. Catch up with me there. Run that query. All right, very good. Let's go back to the design view now. So when we were looking for Hoboken or New York, we used an or. When we were looking for these dates, we used an and. So let's talk about why for a minute. Let's talk about what's the difference. So I'm going to go reopen. I haven't saved this query yet, but I can leave it open and open up another query at the same time. So I'd like to go back to the Hoboken, New York query. I'm going to right-click on it, and I'm going to go to its design view. So we started out by putting Hoboken on the criteria row and New York on the or row, and then when we saved it, it put it both on one row here. Let's see what would happen if we changed this or to an and. So I can do it right here, or I could click and then go to my zoom window, either through a right click or a Shift F2. And I'm just going to change this or to an and. I'm going to OK that. I'm going to hit the Tab key to make sure I haven't done some terrible, nasty thing to it. It doesn't seem to have any complaints. So the word or means if either thing is true, then put that record in the results of the query. And means both those things have to be true at the same time. So for example, maybe the boss came to me and she said, I would like to see everybody from Hoboken and New York in the same view. And so I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'll put in Hoboken and New York. Seems logical. However, when I run the query, I get nothing. because there's nobody who lives in Hoboken and New York City at the same time, which is what's required by an AND. All right, I'm going to close that without saving the change. Now, back to my dates here. So when I look for a date that's greater than the end of 90 and at the same time is earlier than the beginning of 92, then I get the people hired in 91. And those are the only people I get, because those are the only people that have both those things true at the same time. Let's see what happens if we change that to an OR. I'm going to right-click and go to my Zoom window, and I'm going to change this one to an OR instead of an AND. Now, just as a general rule of thumb, you'll almost always get more results with an OR than with an AND, because an OR is more forgiving. Anybody remember how many records we started out with? We do have 25 employees. Among those employees, there were only 2 that were hired after the end of 1990 and at the same time were hired before the beginning of 92. This time I'm using an OR instead. Let's see how many records we get. Ooh, 25 records. Wait a minute, something's wrong. There must be... No, it's actually not wrong. Think about it here for a second. I've got somebody who was hired in 1995. Hey, they weren't hired before the beginning of 92, so how did they make the list? Well, they were still hired after the end of 90. With an OR command, if either of those things is true, that they were hired after the end of 90 or before the beginning of 92, they make the list. So anybody hired in 1988 will make the list because they were hired before 92, and anybody hired in 94 will make the list because they were hired after the end of 1990. See what I'm talking about here? So it is possible to get bad results by using an AND when it should be an OR, and vice versa. Back to our design view. So catch up with me, try all of that out. Sometimes I need to filter by more than one field at a time. People from a particular state that were hired after a particular date. So that's what I'm going to talk about next. Now, I want to get rid of the date thing here. So I could drag and try to get all the stuff in that little cell there. It can be a little bit hard when I can't see it all at the same time. So you may remember earlier we had this black arrow of death thing where we could click at the top of a column and then tap the delete key to take it out. I would like you to see that you can also get a black arrow of death over at the left side here. I'm going to put my mouse just slightly inside the first field in the criteria row, and I get a black arrow of death in the sideways direction. And when I click with that, I can then tap the delete key and erase everything in that row. I didn't want to clear the whole grid. I wanted to keep the fields around. So try that. Get your black arrow of death over here in the criteria row. Click once, tap to the delete key. You now have no criteria. When you run the query, you get everybody in there. Okay, so you don't necessarily have to run the query again, but get rid of everything in the criteria row. All right, what I would like to see is everybody from New Jersey who was hired after the beginning of 1992. So I'm going to fill in the state part here in the criteria row, New Jersey. I'm hitting the tab key, it puts quotes around it. Going over to my hire date, I'm going to say from New Jersey, and at the same time, they need to have been hired after January 1st of 92. Hitting the tab key, it puts the pound signs around it. When I put 2 things on the same row, that becomes an AND condition between those 2 things. They can make the list by being from New Jersey, but only if at the same time they were hired in this date range after 92, after the beginning of 92. So catch up with me. Put in the New Jersey here, put in the greater than January 1st of 92 over here, and then run your query to find that there are 13 such people who are from New Jersey who were hired after the beginning of 1992. 13 results. Hopefully you're going to get the same. Let me go back and remind you of what our query is saying. New Jersey, later than the beginning of 92. Go for it. All right, welcome back. So I said that if you put 2 things on the same row, that's an AND condition. So what if I put things on one row here and a different row here? So I'm going to move this thing down. There's no grab and drag, but I can cut and paste. So I've selected the date, and I'm going to use Control X to cut it, and then I'm going to go down to the OR row, and I'm going to use Control V to paste it. This time they can make my list by being from New Jersey, and it doesn't matter when they were hired. Or they can make my list by being hired after January 1st of 92, and it doesn't matter if they're in New Jersey or New York. So try that with me. You weren't able to select and just drag it down, but you can select it and cut it and paste it. So New Jersey on the criteria row, after January 1st of 92 on the OR row. When I run my query, I now have 22 people who are either from New Jersey or were hired after the beginning of 1992. So try it out. Catch up with me there. All right, welcome back. And right now, when I scroll over to the right, I've got all these different dates in there. They're not in any particular order. So to make it more obvious that everybody on the list who is from New York, for example, they're on the list only because they were hired after a particular date. So let's make that happen. I'm going to go back here to my design view, and I'm just going to sort by the date. How about in ascending order? Oh, it looks like I am sorting by date here in descending order. I'd forgotten about that. So as I look at my descending order here, actually maybe this one would be a better one to sort by state rather than date. I'll show you why here in just a second. So going back to my design view, and I'm not going to sort by the date anymore. I'm going to set that to be none. I'm going to sort by state. And so the reason I'm doing that is when I sort by state, I got all my New Jerseyites next to each other. So everybody from New Jersey made the list, no matter when they were hired. And then I got these two people from New York. They can only make the list by being from New York if they were hired after the criteria date. So I got people on the list who were hired before the criteria date, but they're from Jersey. Then I got people who made the list from New York, but only if they were hired after that particular date. So that's an OR. Check that one out. Try that one for yourself. So I did the sorting by state to make that a little more easy to see what's going on. All right, time for us to do one more mix and match. So I only want to see people from New Jersey if they were hired after this date, and I only want to see people from New York if they were hired before this date. So first of all, let me move this one back up to the top. Control-X to cut, Control-V to paste. So one way to make my list is by being from New Jersey, hired after January 1st of 92. The other way to make my list will be if they are from New York, but only if they were hired before January 1st of 92. I'm hitting the tab key. So it's this and in the criteria row, or this and in the OR row. Let me magnify that on screen, and you're going to catch up with me. All right, here we go. So as you can see, I'm down to 16 people. So there are some people from New York who are not on this list because they weren't hired in the desired date range. There are people from New Jersey on this list, but they won't make it if they're not inside the date range for New Jersey. So this is an and on one row or an and on the second row. In our past couple of sessions, we have talked about a couple of structured query language keywords, namely and or. I would like to explore a couple others. So let's build another query using that personal data table, please. So we're going to go to that Create tab. We're going to use our query design window. We're going to bring in just personal data table and a little bit of landscaping as usual. And then let's put all of the fields in there. We're getting really good at that by now. So start with that. Catch up with me. All right. So I'd like to make a couple of changes to data. Let's just run the query with no criteria filters going on at all. Here's my 25 records. Let's take this Carol Schaff, and we're going to move her to California. So we're going to change that New Jersey to California. I'm hitting the down arrow key to go to that next record. The pencil disappears. That record has been saved. And this Gail Murray, we're going to make her temporarily stateless. That is, we're just going to delete the NY out of there and then pencil or move to the next record. So you finish editing that. So that person has no state. All right, I've got 25 records here. And I would like to look for all of the people from New Jersey. So let's go do a query to do that. Back to our design window. We're going to look for, make sure you're under state, for New Jersey. I'm hitting the tab key. It puts the quotes around my NJ. I run the query. There's my 19 people from New Jersey. Run that query, everybody, looking for all the New Jerseyites. All right, back to the design view. So now I would like to see the other people. So let's see, let me run that query again. We've got 25 employees, 19 of which are from New Jersey. So I would like to introduce the structured query language keyword not, N-O-T. So what I'd like to do now is see the people who are not from New Jersey. So I'm going to go in here and click, and then maybe use my arrow keys to move the cursor around in there so that I can move it before the quotes, and then I'm going to add the word not and a space. So show me those who are not from New Jersey, and then I'm going to hit the tab key, and it capitalizes the not, but it doesn't give me any error messages because I didn't get the quotes in the right place or something like that. So do what you just saw me do, add the word not. Okay, everybody, time to run our query. So we had 25 people total. We had 19 of them from New Jersey. I'm expecting now to see the other 6 people show up when I go to my datasheet view or click my run button. But I don't see all 6 people. I only see 5. The ones that I see are the people who are not from New Jersey, but have some state filled in. In other words, the structured query language called not won't find the records that are blank in that field. You would need a different criteria word. You would need a different reserved word in structured query language to find a blank one. And we've actually run into this word in an earlier error message. It was called null. So let's go back and let's find the blank record, the one that doesn't have a state. So we're going back to the design view, and we're going to change the criteria to the word null, N-U-L-L. And then I'm going to hit the tab key. Notice it doesn't put quotes around the word null. It's not going to be looking for somebody in the state called null. It has added the word is. So again, that's a SQL, structured query language phrase. So show me all the records now where the state is equal to null, and I run the query, and there's that one lady who doesn't have a state. So your turn to try that. We just type the word null, we hit the tab key, it adds the word is. By the way, even if you didn't add the tab key, it'll change the word is when it actually runs the query. Even if you don't see it happen, it would happen. So catch up with me, run that query. All right, very good. So what if I would like to see the people who are not from New Jersey and I want to include the one that's blank? Well, I could do that as an or. So for example, I've got the is null. I could go to the or row right below there and say the other people I want to see are the ones from who are not from New Jersey. I'm hitting the tab key. It capitalizes the not. It puts the quotes around New Jersey. I run my query. There's those 6 people that are not from New Jersey, including the one that has the state of null. By the way, I could have written it as an or right on the same row, right? Is null or not NJ. If you want to try it that way, do that. I'll leave you a little second to do that. Put the video on pause and try it either direction, but you should get 6 results. So that would look like this, and then I'm running the query, and I get those 6 same results. The null or the people who are not from New Jersey. So we've been talking about 4 different structured query language keywords, also called reserved words. You may remember that or usually produces more results than and. And that's because of, you see the description here, and means all the different tests you're doing must be true at the same time, otherwise the record won't make the results list. Or means if any of the tests come out to be true, then that record will make the results list. We saw that null means blank, and we saw that not means show me those that exclude the words I said not to show, but it also doesn't show me the blanks. So if I need a not and I want to see the blanks, then we have to do it like we did a couple of moments ago, not or null. Not this thing or null. All right, I've got one more. So I'm going to drag across the stuff that's down here under str state. All right, your mission, first of all, is to show me all the records that don't have any state. So make that happen, and then I'll catch up with you. Okay, let's see. So to see blank states, that would be null. I'm hitting the tab key. It says is null. I run the query. There's that one person. All right, here's my next challenge. I'd like you to go back to the query design grid and get it to show me all the other people. Even if I didn't know what state the other people were in, there is something that I could do, and we haven't talked about it specifically, but maybe you've got some ideas. So here's the one person who doesn't have any state. Change the query to show me all the other people. I'll catch up with you in a second. All right, what have you been trying? Hopefully you've been trying something with the word not in it. And it could be phrased a couple of different ways. I'm going to go to that zoom window. So I'm right-clicking, I'm going to click on zoom. So I could either say not is null, or I could say is not null. Either of those will work. I'm hitting the tab key. It seems to have no complaints about the phrasing. I'm going to run the query. There are my 24 records that are not null in the state field. If you did that one before I did, 25 points for Gryffindor, or Hufflepuff, or whatever house you would like to donate your points to. Well done. Just as a little side note before I move on, anytime I end one of our lessons and I don't save the query, you can feel free to save the query and make up a name for it and so forth. Otherwise, just go ahead and close it and don't save it, which is what I've been doing with most of them here. All right, so far we have been making queries from one table at a time. But one of the great powers of using queries is that you can grab stuff from more than one table at a time, as long as you have created relationships between the tables before you put them in a query. So I would like to look at relationships in this database. You may remember from our previous discussions, we can find that under the Database Tools ribbon and the Relationships window. And here they are. So here are the relationships between the various tables. They have been created already, and that comes in really handy when you start building your queries later on. So when you're the one building the database, set up the tables, put the primary keys in the tables so that you can create the relationships between the tables, and do that early on. It greases the wheels of progress for things that will happen later, like queries. So I'm going to close that relationships window. It is time for us to make our first multi-table query. Woo woo! Maybe a single woo. Every once in a while, I'm doing webinars where I'll have actually people on the phone line, and I've discovered if I go woo woo, sometimes they'll go woo. But if I go ow and give it a wolf call, I get more of them wolfing back at me. I don't know why. It's totally unrelated to access. Anyway, moving on. So time to make our first multi-table query. We're going to go to the Create tab. We're going to use our Query Design window. And so here's what I want. Earlier, in an earlier discussion, we made a query that had people's names and phone numbers, and we named it Query Phone List. This time, the boss would like to see a similar thing. She wants to be able to see their ID, their first name, their last name, their phone number, and the department that they work in. Well, it turns out in the Human Resources data table, I have, among other things, the department they work in, but I don't have their names. In the personal data table, I have their names and phone numbers, but I don't have the department they work in. So I'm going to need at least two tables in this. So we will need the personal data table for the names and phone numbers. So let's add that one. And I'll need the Human Resources data table to get the department code. So I just double-clicked on each of those. Personal data and Human Resources data. Oh, look, they bring their relationship line with them. Isn't that a wonderful thing? So join me there, bring in the personal data table, human resources data table, and do some landscaping. So put the video on pause and catch up to me there. Up until now, every time we've created a query, I've taken you to query design. There is another button here called the Query Wizard. I don't use it very often, but I would like to show you that the Query Wizard can be pretty smart about a couple of things. So that's what I want to talk about here for the next few minutes. So let's take this query and save it. It's our first multi-table query. So let's right-click on its tab name. We're going to save it. And we'll call it QRY phone _ department, DEPT. So it's not just a phone list, it's a phone and a department list. And OK that. So now let's go explore this query wizard. Let's right-click and close this one. And then let's start a new query by using the Query Wizard this time. So under the Create ribbon, under the Create tab here in the Create ribbon, click with me on Query Wizard. So the Query Wizard is actually a wizard with a bunch of wizards inside of it. And the default choice is something called a Simple Query Wizard, and that's what we're going to use. So open up that Query Wizard window, and then with Simple Query Wizard selected, we'll click OK. So you've seen wizards in other programs. They ask you questions, and then they build stuff for you. So the beginning of my wizard here says, what fields do you want in your query? You can choose from more than one table or query, they say. So right now, I happen to have had selected TBL Human Resources data over here when I started this wizard, so it assumes that that's where I want fields from right now. But in this case, that's not true. I do have a list over here. So I'm going to click the list arrow, and let's tell it the first table we want involved in this is TBL personal data. So I'm selecting that one. Go ahead and do that with me. Pull down arrow here, TBL personal data. All right, picking up from there. I want to bring in the employee ID with a wedge, maybe the last name with a wedge, first name with a wedge, phone number, wedge that one in. And then I want the department name, not the department code, but the department name. And the only table we've seen that has the actual department name is TBL department. They did say I can choose from more than one table or query. So before we click next, let's go back to this list of the tables. And let's tell it the next thing we want is going to come from the department table, TBL department. Now I'm looking and I'm not seeing it right away. And then I notice, oh, there's a scroll box over here. And I'm at the end of the list. Let me grab the scroll box and drag up so I'm at the beginning of the alphabetized list where I will be able to find TBL department and click on it. And then I don't want the code, I want the name with a double click. Or a single wedge. So join me. All right, welcome back. Now think about this. Think about what we're doing here. We've got several fields from the personal data table, and we've got one field from the department table. And we just saw moments ago that those two tables don't have any shared fields. So how am I going to get this to do this? Well, this is the thing where the wizard is going to be kind of smart. We've seen that what I really need in there is the human resources data table to do the joining. So come with me and we'll click next. It says, all right, what name do you want for your query? Notice we're out of next. We're actually in the last step. So it says, what title do you want for your query? Well, if this is going to be a query and I'm using Lazinski naming conventions, it shouldn't start with a TBL. It should start with a QRY. And if it starts with a QRY, then I won't need the word query out here. So we're going to modify that name here. So I'm going to call it QRY department by wizard. Now in real life, I probably wouldn't name it this. But I'm naming it here just in case you want to take this file and study it later. You'll be able to remember, well, how did we build this query? We built it through the wizard. And then down towards the bottom, I see a couple of radio buttons. Do I want to run the query and view the information, or do I want to go to its design view and modify it? Gee, I wouldn't even know what to modify yet. I haven't seen the results. So we're just going to click Finish. And here I go. ID, last name, first name, phone number, department name. How many employees have I got? I've got 25. Wait a minute, we didn't even have the human resources data table in there. Or do we? Let's go to the Home tab. And we'll go to the design view of this query. Oh, look, it brought in the human resources data table. We never asked it for any fields from there, but it basically studied the relationships that we had created early on. Remember how I said this greases the wheels of progress for all kinds of things in Access. So because the relationships had already been created, Access was studying that, and it determined that we needed the human resources data table to make the bridge from the personal data table to the department table. Wonderful wizard there. In an earlier session, you may have heard me use the word wildcard. I would like to spend a couple of minutes exploring wildcard filters. These allow me to specify part of what I'm looking for and then get access to find matches based on the part that I told it about. So I'm not going to need the information that I've got in the criterion or rows down here from our previous session. So I'm going to get my black arrow of death over in the criteria row. And then I'm going to drag down to the or row. So I've selected both those rows and I'm tapping the delete key. Please do the same if you have just finished that last module. So I want to be working in a query that has all of the fields in it from the personal data table. So maybe you're just starting this lesson and you haven't just finished the previous lesson. So you need to create a new query through Create and Query Design, bring in the personal data table, use our click and shift-click method, or actually there was the faster way, double-click the title bar, and drag to get all the fields in there. So that's where we're starting for this next session here. So the boss walks in one day and he says, I was just talking to one of our employees the other day, and she had a couple of good ideas, and now I can't remember her last name. Oh, it had 4 letters in it, and it started with a G. Can you help me find that person? I could say, sure, I can do that. I could do it in this query. So I'm going to scroll to the left to move under the last name field, and I'm going to fill in what I know about it, that it starts with a G. And then I know that there are 3 more characters. So there's a wildcard symbol that means, hey, Access, I don't know what this letter is, but I know there's a letter here. So if I type G question mark, that means a 2-letter name that starts with a G. Boss said it was a 4-letter name that starts with a G, so I need a G and a question. That specifies only names that have 4 letters in them, and the G signifies that the first letter is a G. And then what's my method for testing out the syntax? I guess I haven't used that word before, so maybe that doesn't mean anything. My method was hit the tab key, and sometimes it changes what I typed. And in this case, it did. It put quotes around my G question marks and added the word like. So this is called a wildcard query, and this particular wildcard specifies how many characters there are. So catch up with me. All I typed was G question. When I hit the tab key, it added the like. So do that. And now let's run that query. Oh, there she is, Amy Guya. That's the only name on the list that starts with a G that has 3 more letters. And I didn't know what the letters were. Access found all available matches under those criteria. So run your query if you haven't already. See Miss Amy Guya appear. All right, back to the design view. All right, this time I'm going to change the rules a little bit. So let's just drag to remove what's in that cell right there. Yes, you could use your black arrow of death over here if you want. All right, this time I want to find all the people whose last name starts with a G, and I don't know what the other letters are that follow it, and I don't know how many letters. So I can't say, okay, I need 3 question marks or 5 question marks. What I need is a different wildcard character that means, number 1, I don't know what the letters are, and number 2, I don't know how many there are. But I do know that it starts with a G, so I'm going to fill in the part I know, the G, and then the symbol that means I don't know what the letters or how many is the star. So earlier, when we used this star, it meant all the available fields. This star means all the available matches for things that start with a G, and I don't know how many letters there are, and I'm going to hit the tab key, and it says like, quote, G star, quote. So make that happen. Type the G star, hit the tab key. All right, here we go. Datasheet viewer, run the query. So I got Gardner, I got Gordon, I got Guya, I got more Gordons. So I filled in the part that I knew, that it started with a G, and then I let the star stand for, I don't know how many letters, go find me all the matches. So run that query if you haven't already. All right, back to our design view. All right, I have a mission for you, my impossible mission force. And I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but I bet you can figure out how to do it. So I've just deleted the criteria under the last name. So I knew that the name started with a G, so I filled in the G as the first thing, and then the star meant go find matches after that. So for this next one, I would like to find people whose last name ends with an E. So this time I don't know what the first characters are or how many, but I'm going to put my star in there to represent that. And then I'm going to finish that with the E. And you'll see all of a sudden it's offering me a whole bunch of functions. And up until now, what I've always said was, then hit the tab key. Only right now, if I hit the tab key, it takes that first function and puts it in there. That's not quite what I wanted. So this one will take just a little bit of a trick here. Here I go. Star, and then the E, and then I'm going to tap a space bar. That way it stops trying to put in different functions. And now when I hit the tab key, it does do what I was hoping it would do, the like quotes around star E. So go do what you just saw me do. Start with the star, finish it with the E, add a space so it doesn't try to put in the name of a function, and then hit your tab key. All right, everybody, we should be ready to run this thing. So I got Mackenzie, I got Cole, I got Shipe. There are my three names that end with an E. All right, now I'd like to give you an assignment to try. And I'm not going to tell you exactly how to do it, but hack at it a little bit. So back to our design view. Let's get rid of that like thing there. Tapping the delete key. All right, this time, my impossible mission force, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is find the names that have an E in them somewhere. There might be characters before the E, I don't know what or how many. There might be characters after the E, I don't know what or how many. So I'd like you to try that. I'm not going to show you how to do it yet. Hack at it a little bit. Try it out, and then I'll come join you. All right. So I don't know how many characters at the beginning. Star. I know there's an E in there somewhere. E. I don't know how many characters come after the end of it. Star. I'm going to hit the tab key. So there's what I've got. Like quotes around star E star. And I'm going to run that one. Or datasheet view it. So out of my 25 records, 9 of them have an E in their last name somewhere. Could be in the middle. Here's kind of a weird one. Bugs people sometimes. Here's the word coal. I thought it was supposed to have an E in the middle. I put a star before the E, but I also put a star after the E. And yet it found a name that didn't have any letters after the E. That signifies that the star can actually mean no letters. So it didn't hurt to have a star after the E. It was still able to find names like Cole and Shipe that had the E at the end. But it didn't find only the ones that had the E at the end, because I had the star after the E as well as before it. So maybe you figured that one out for yourself. Maybe you were totally baffled by it, but now you know how to do it. It's another one of those where it's easy once you see it, but it's not obvious. I'm going back to that design view. So that was like star E star, baby. In this session, we're going to talk about doing calculations in a query. And the first ones we're going to do with numbers, and the second ones we'll do with words. I know that sounds odd to say doing calculations with words. You'll see what I mean when the time comes. So I have, for example, my personal data table shows the names of my employees and their ID numbers and contact information. And as I look in the human resources data table, I can see the number of hours they work per week and their pay rate per hour. But what I don't see is, so how much does that add up to, or actually multiply out to, for their weekly pay? So maybe I would like to make a query where it's got their ID number, their first name, their last name, and maybe their weekly pay. through a calculation of the hours times the pay rate. That's what we are about to create. So I'm going to close these two tables. We don't really need to have them open to build our query. So let's go to that Create tab. Let's go to that Query Design window. So we're going to bring in a personal data table, double-clicking, and the Human Resources data table, either double-clicking or click and add. All right, the relationships have come in, so that's going to let it match up records across those two. All right, a little bit of landscaping. Pause the video, catch up with me there. Personal data, human resources data, and landscaping. By the way, for those of you who jumped into this module and haven't necessarily seen the earlier modules, landscaping means that I make the tables tall enough so I can see all of the fields and wide enough so that I can actually see the names of everything. Okay, so let's see. From the personal data table, I would like the employee ID. Double-click is a nice, quick way. How about last name and then first name? Oh, I got them in the other order. First name, last name. Gee, I can click down here and let go and then drag it. I didn't do that on purpose, but sometimes there's method to my madness. That was just madness. All right, employee ID, last name, first name. And then I want to calculate their pay rate times their hours. And so far, I'm just going to stop right there and run the query. So here we go. Got the ID, got their last name, got their first name. Go that far, please. All right, now what I would like to do is have a field where I can multiply the hours times the pay rate. But I want to show you a special little trick that will make life a little bit easier as we do this. So for this next part, you're not going to do it with me. You're just going to watch, because it's going to have a little monkey wrench in it. And sometimes people ask me, hey, Dan, why are you showing me the wrong way to do something? Well, it's partially because I have seen so many people try it this way, and it seems like it would logically work. But when you see me work through it and discover, oh, there's going to be a little twist on it, then hopefully you can avoid it. Actually, you probably won't be able to avoid it, but next time you see it, maybe you'll be able to say, oh, I remember Dan had that happen in a lesson, and how the heck did he fix it? So here I go. What I want to do is put in a formula that will multiply the hours times the pay rate. And this is going to let me introduce something called the expression builder. And it looks a little bit like the Zoom window, but with more help. So here is the next button that I'm going to use up here. It says Builder. So I'm going to click over here in the next field section, and then I'm going to go up here to the Builder. By the way, another way to get there is to right-click in that spot and choose Build instead of Zoom. In fact, the keyboard shortcuts are very similar to each other. The Zoom window is Shift F2, the Build window is Control F2. So now you got lots of ways to get there. Control F2 or Build here or Builder up there. I'm going to go click on Builder up here, and here comes my expression builder. So the top part looks like the Zoom window, and I can actually type stuff up there. But then the bottom part has places that I can choose from. So what I would like to be able to do is multiply the hours, integer hours, times currency pay rate. And one of the ways I could do that would be to go over here to the left side. Got a little expander plus sign here next to the name of the file that I'm using. I click on that. It says, all right, you got these different tables that are available. And I could say, all right, I want to expand the list of tables, and I want to go to that human resources data table, and I would like to multiply the pay rate times the hours, and I can move things up to the top. And notice what it did up here when I did that. It put in a big, long name for that field. It took the name of the table it's found from, put a little divider marker in there, an exclamation mark, and then the name of the field. Well, it turns out there's an easier way to do that if you do something else before you get to this step. So I'm going to cancel that. So here's what I'm really going to do. I'm going to drop the integer hours into the grid with a double click. I'm going to drop the pay rate in there with a double click. And what I'm hoping is that the next time I go to the builder, those two fields will be more available. So I go to the builder, they're not. Now I've got currency pay rate in here because of something that I had done earlier. I'm just going to cancel out of there for the moment. So here's the deal. I am not done building this query. But if I save it right now, I'll get a new superpower, shall we say. So I'm going to start by saving the query. Even though I'm not totally done, I'm going to right-click and save it. And then I'm going to name it QRY Weekly Pay. And I'm clicking OK. And now watch what happens when I go to the builder for this next one. I'm going to click to put my cursor out in the next available column. This time when I click on the builder, oh look, all of the fields that are in my query are sitting right here. I'm not going to have to go find them in the list of queries and the list of tables and the queries and all that junk. So I would like you to do that much with me. So you're building this query. We put in employee ID, last name, first name, bring in the hours, bring in the pay rate, and then save it. And that will give you the superpowers of having that center column in the builder window all lined up with all the information that you need. So catch up with me. Put the video on pause and catch up with me that far. Okay, everybody, we're ready to rock now. So I've got my cursor out there in the next available field. We're going to go to the builder. And I want to multiply the hours times the pay rate. So to move the hours from the bottom to the top, I can click. Oh, that didn't do it. I've seen people try to drag it up there. That won't do it either. What you have to do is double-click on a field name to put it into your expression builder. And then I need to multiply. And the multiply symbol in pretty much every program you'll ever see is not the X for times, but the star, the asterisk. It's certainly true in Excel, and it's true here in Access. So I'm going to add the star, and then I want to multiply that by the pay rate. And again, to get the pay rate up there, I got to double-click on it. All right, so that's what I need to do in my builder window. Join me there. Double-click on hours, type in a star, double-click on pay rate, and then we're going to click on OK. All right, everybody, welcome back. Now I'm looking at what it put in here, and I'm actually just going to hit the Tab key. It doesn't seem to complain about how things are set up, but if I look really closely, there's some new thing that's appeared here that I didn't type. It says expr1 : and then it's got my formula. Let's see what the heck that's going to do. I'm going to run my query. So here it is doing my math. That part's looking really good, but notice the column header says expr1. That looks pretty weird. So I'm going to want to do something about that. Go ahead and run your query. You should see the same result. All right, so let's go see what we can do about that. Back to the design view. And what we want to do is replace the words expr1 with something that actually expresses what it is we really want in there to be at the top of our column. Now, I don't have to go to the zoom window to do this, but it'll make it a little bit easier to see. So I'm going to right-click in there, and instead of going to the builder window, I'm going to go to the zoom window because I have made the font bigger there earlier. It remembers that. So here's what I want to do. I want to replace the words expr1 with something that describes what's in here. And you have to be careful not to remove the colon. I'll show you the error message that pops up if you remove the colon, and it's not all that helpful. So let's do it the right way to start with. I want to put in the phrase, and I don't need quotes around it, and I don't have to worry about, is it okay to have spaces in there? This is not the name of a field or anything. So I'm going to call it weekly pay. And I'm going to leave the colon there. In fact, around here where I work, we have a little joke. They pay us weekly. They pay us weekly. Anyway, I should probably do it right. And I'm okay in that. And now when I run my query, looks kind of nice up there, weekly pay. So join me. You can actually just fix it right here. You can erase the word expr1 and type it in here. I just wanted to see it a little better, so I went to my zoom window. So fix that up. Get rid of the expr1, replace it with the words weekly pay. I would recommend hit the Tab key, and then run your query, and things should look better. It's essentially putting a caption at the top of that column. All right, I'm going to go back to my design view here. By the way, once I've done that calculation, if I don't actually want to see the hours and the pay rate anymore, I can get rid of them. I only wanted them in there so that I could save the query and have them show up in that center column of my expression builder. And then once I've done that, it's okay to remove them from here. The formula will still work. So why don't you come do that with me? I'm going to get my black arrow of death, select the hours and the pay rate, and I'm going to tap the delete key to take them right out of there. And now when I run the query, I've got the ID, the first name and the last name, and the weekly pay, and the math still works just fine. So join me there. Get rid of those two columns. In this session, I'm going to talk about doing calculations with words. And if you didn't do the very last session, the previous lesson there, take a moment and go do that. Pause the video and go do the previous lesson where we did calculations with numbers, because it will tip you off as to how to do calculations with words. And I actually want to start in the same query that we built in that last session. So if you need to, go do the last session and then come back and pick it up here. Okay, so we're going to start with the same query that we built in the last session. And what I'd like to do now is make a field that has the employee's first name and last name in the same box, in the same field here. Now, usually we separate first name and last name so that we could sort by the last name and those kind of things. But in this case, the boss would like to see a query that instead of having a separate column for first name and last name, she wants to see their full first name in one column. So this is going to involve that expression builder, and the whole process is going to be almost exactly the same, except the math symbol, instead of being the time sign, will be the ampersand. That funny looking and symbol that you get when you use shift and number 7. Other than that, the process is almost exactly the same as the calculations with numbers that we did in the last session. So let's get started. Notice that I do have the last name and the first name in here, and this query has been saved. So when we go into the expression builder, the first name and the last name should be sitting right there in that center column so that we can do our concatenation there. So here we go. I'm clicking to put my cursor in the next available box. I'm going to my expression builder. Here's my first name and last name. So I'm going to double click to put in the first name. And then I'm going to make a slight mistake here, so don't do this one with me yet. I'm now going to add the last name. And it put a little thing in between here. Okay, well, first of all, that's going to make a funny looking thing when I run my query. It says, yeah, there's a problem with the syntax of that expression. So let me go back and build that thing again. I'm just going right back into the builder. So here's what needs to happen here. I'm getting rid of the first name and last name. So I'm going to put in the first name. And now I need a symbol to add these two words together, and I mentioned it a moment ago, it's the ampersand sign, Shift 7. And then here's another little mistake that I'll see people make. I'm going to add the last name right away. And I'm going to click OK. And I'm going to run the query. So I got a couple of things going on here. First name and last name smushed right together, and there's that darn EXPR1 again. So we need to fix two things. Maybe I want it to say full name as the caption, and then I got to figure out some way to get a space in there. So those are two things that we need to fix. So in order to do this thing the right way, you know what? Rather than try to fix it the way it is now, I'm just going to build it again, now that you've seen a couple of things that can go wrong with it. And let's build it together. So we're putting our cursor in that next box. Let us go together, brothers and sisters, up to our builder window. All right, come with me. Let us double click on first name. Pause my video and do that. All right, here's where we need the math symbol. Shift and number 7. There's the ampersand, and then type a space. Typing the space will not put a space between the two names. So any characters that you want to go into a concatenation like this, if they're not stored in a field someplace, you have to type them by hand right in here. And if it's text, even if it's just a space, you have to put quotes around it. So this is me typing right now. Quote mark, space, quote mark. And then I'm going to type a space, even though it's not absolutely required. It just makes it easier for humans to realize what's going on there. And then another ampersand. And then I'm putting in the last name. Let me magnify that on screen there. So I double click to get in first name. I typed a space, an ampersand, and a space. By the way, if I hadn't typed that space and that space, they would be put in afterwards by Access automatically. I don't need the space before and after that ampersand. Access would put it in automatically. I choose to type it in because it makes it easier for me to read. And then putting in a space to actually show up in the field, that space has to go between quote marks, and it needs to have a math symbol before that and after that. Whew, that's a lot, but go build that. Put the video on pause and go build that, and then click on OK. Right, I'm clicking on OK. And I got that darn EXPR1 in there again. So let's replace expr1 with full name. But watch my screen here for a moment first, because I've mentioned this before. You want to be careful not to replace the colon. Let me show you what happens if I do. So I'm dragging to select expr1, and I have accidentally, kind of on purpose, selected that colon as well. And then over top of that, I'm going to type this phrase, full name. But there's no colon there. When I hit the tab key, watch what happens. I get an error message. And it says the expression you entered contains invalid syntax. Okay. And then it says you may have entered an operand without an operator. Okay. I would say that's not a terribly helpful message. Operand usually means like a variable or a number, and operator usually means a math symbol. In this case, the math symbol that it's complaining about is the colon. So I'm going to click on OK, and you would never guess that for yourself. So that's why I wanted to have that happen in front of you, so that I could tip you off. Careful not to remove the colon. I'm putting it back in there. I'm hitting the tab key. It has no complaints. So here is the whole thing in there. We got the formula in there, and then we're replacing the expr1 with the phrase full name, and then run that query, and things should look a whole lot better. So time for you to catch up with me. Put the video on pause. You saw that whole formula that we had up there with the ampersands and all that stuff. Make it happen. Catch up with me. So those two methods of calculating, once with numbers and once with words, very similar in both cases. In order to get a field to show up in my builder, I need to have it in the query and have it saved. That way, when I go to the builder, I've got my first name and last name right in there that I can put up in my builder and so forth. We saw that every time you do that, you get an expr1 that you need to replace, and we have now seen, careful not to replace the colon that followed the expr1. So again, as I run my query, I've got the last name and the first name and then the full name. Well, if I've got the full name, maybe I don't really need to have the separate columns for the last name and the first name. So I'm going to go back into my query design grid. And the same way that I could get rid of the hours and the pay rate, I can now get rid of the first name and last name, deleting those columns. And then I'm scrolling to left to remind myself I've still got the employee ID over here. I want to keep that, but I think I would like to have the full name come next and then the weekly pay. So I'm going to get my black arrow of death here and move the weekly pay over or move the full name over, either way, so that we then have the employee ID, then the full name, then their weekly pay. So make that happen. This ends our lesson about doing calculations in a query, once with numbers and once with words, called concatenating when it's with words. By the way, you probably want to save that query again. In this session, we're going to talk about a special kind of a query that every time I run the query, it asks me what thing I'm looking for this time, and I can type that in, and it will give me those results based on what I typed in. So let's see how we can set this up. And let's see why we might choose to set it up. So let's go create a query. Using the query design window, we're going to use the personal data table. And we're going to use the human resources data table. So bring those two in, do your usual landscaping and all of that. So personal and human resources, please. So let us have the employee ID, the last name, the first name, and then from the human resources data table, the department. This is going to be that 2-letter department code, at least so far. Not the whole department spelled out. So catch up with me. Those are the 4 fields that I want. The ID, the last name, the first name, and the department. Put the video on pause and do that much. All right, let's run it so far to see all of our 25 employees and the different department codes that there are. And we'll imagine that the boss knows the department code. She knows that MK is marketing. She knows that RS is whatever it is. So I don't know them all that well, but let's say the boss does. Okay, so back to our design view. So the boss says, hey, Dan, could you show me everybody in the MK department? So I open up this query and I go to department and I type in MK, I hit the tab key, it puts quotes around the MK, I run the query. All right, so far so good. Boss comes in an hour later, says, oh, all right, I would like to have a printout of all the people in the IS department. Okay, boss. Go over here and do the IS department. Looks like I better do like IS star. Oh, here's maybe a better way. How about quotes around IS? And then I'm running that query. Sure, boss, there's the IS department. Okay. 15 minutes later, the boss comes in. Could you show me everybody in that? And I'm saying, all right, look, I want to set this up. You've got this database in your office, but I'm thinking, I'm not sure I want to take my boss into the design view of some query. So I would like to set up a query so that the boss can run it for herself. And every time she runs it, it says, all right, which department are you looking for this time? She can type it in for herself, and it will show her the results. This is referred to as a parameter query. And the biggest part of the parameter query is called the prompt, P-R-O-M-P-T. Now, when you prompt somebody to do something, you are encouraging them to do something. So that's kind of where this term comes from. So the prompt is the wording that basically tells them what they're supposed to do or asks them what they're looking for this time, and it goes into the criteria row. So I'm going to get rid of that IS or MK or whatever that was. I'm just going to delete that, and then we're going to build the prompt in the criteria row. So we're going to go to the zoom window. The builder won't really help us much, so we'll go to the zoom window. Notice where my cursor is. It's in the criteria row under the department. And then I'm going to right-click and go to my zoom window, or I could use Shift and F2. So here I am in the zoom window. It doesn't have any field names or anything like that. Good news is I don't really need them. So whatever words I want my boss to see when she runs the query, whatever words those are going to be, I put them between square brackets. So the square bracket, I'm talking about the keys next to the letter P on your keyboard. And I don't want to hold the Shift key. I don't want to get this funny, curly French brace. I want the good old American square bracket there. So no Shift key, square bracket, and then whatever words you want to appear on the screen, you type them right here. So for example, we could say select... maybe not select, type the desired department code, and then close the square brackets. So your turn to do that. You're in the criteria under the department. You've got your cursor flashing down there. You go to the zoom window, right-click and go to zoom, or Shift F2 and go to zoom window, and then type these words in with square brackets around them. I'm going to click OK. You do the same. So catch up with me there. All right, let's try running that query now. So either datasheet view or the run button. Notice what it says. Type the desired department code. This is the boss. Could be running this query. Boss types in MK, hits the enter key or clicks OK. There's the MK department. Run your query. Make sure it's working. All right, so here's a little thing we haven't had any need to talk about before. Let's say I've just run a query and I'd like to run it again. There is a keyboard shortcut that will let me do that. It's Shift and F9. We'll just run that same query that you just finished running. You have to have run it once, and then you have to try the Shift F9 right away to run it again. So maybe this time I'm looking for the IS department, or the boss is looking for the IS department. Types that in, hits the enter key or clicks OK. There's the results for that. So run that query again. What was my keyboard shortcut for that? It was Shift and F9. And now I'm looking for the SS department. I'm going to try it once more. Shift F9. I don't know if there's an XX department. I'm going to try it. XX department. No, we don't seem to have one of those. So that's the idea of a parameter query with a prompt that either tells the user what they're supposed to do or asks them what they want this time. And the simple way to do that was to put the words that you want to appear on the screen in square brackets down in the criteria row of the appropriate field. So that's called a parameter query, and it includes a prompt. So why don't we save this query as query department parameter. So I'm going to do that right here. I'm going to save my query. QRY, I'm going to abbreviate department and then spell out parameter. A parameter query is one that asks you what you want through a prompt and then produces the appropriate results. So query department parameter, click on OK. And now I'd like to take this one step further, because so far the boss has to know exactly what the data is and type it all in. Maybe what I'd like to set it up is be able to show the name of the department, the long spelled out name, where the boss doesn't have to know how to spell it, but just has to know maybe the first character, and can type in the first character, and then it would find all the matches from that. That sounds kind of like a wildcard, doesn't it? Well, it will actually involve a wildcard. I had to teach you a couple other things before I could teach you this part that I'm going to show you right now, because it involves about 3 different things that we have discussed in the last little while here. So let's bring in another table here that will let me actually see the department name instead of just its code. So the Human Resources data table had the department code, but the department name, as we have discussed in previous modules, is only stored in the department table. So I'm going to bring in TBL department. Luckily, it has relationships already established. And once I have that in there, I can bring in the department name with a double click to drop it right in the next available query design grid. So join me there. Bring in the department table and drop in the department name field. All right, assuming you have done that, let's see, I think I would like to save a copy of this query without destroying the one named query department parameter. And we've not really talked about how to do that before. This is going to involve a save as command. So everybody come with me to the File tab, if you would. We'll do Save As. Now that you've done that, now that you've chosen Save As, notice over here at the left side, you can save the entire database, or you can just save this one object, this query. So that's what I would like to do. Let's do a Save Object As. And I want to save the object still as a query. And we're going to click on Save As. And then we get to name our query here. Instead of calling it copy of QRY department parameter, we're going to rename it QRY department DEPT wildcard parameter. So it's going to be a combination of a parameter and a wildcard done by concatenation. So you had to have a couple other lessons before you could actually build this thing. So compare your screen with mine. Query department wildcard parameter as the new name of this copy of the previous query without destroying the previous query, and click OK. And so now that's the one we're working on now. So pause that video, catch me up there. All right. So in this case, I don't need the prompt and the parameter part for the department code, so we're just going to use our black arrow of death and delete that right out of here. And then we're going to go build a new criteria using the zoom window that will involve parameter and wildcard. Now, don't do this first part with me. Let me just remind you of something about the wildcard thing. So let's say I type in, down here in the criteria part, I type in S star. And then if I hit tab, you notice it says, it adds the word like S star. And then when I run that query, I've got my support staff, the department that starts with an S. Okay, well, so far so good. And then we've also got the parameter part where the prompt is in square brackets. So here's what I want to do. I want to put in, using the zoom window, I want to put in some code that will ask them to type in the first letter of the department and then add on to whatever they have typed a star, as though I had typed S star or I star, when in fact all they will have typed is the S or the I. So that's what we're about to do down here in the criteria for str department name. So I'm going to drag across the thing I've got there and delete it. And then we're going to do this next one together. So hopefully you've gotten rid of the field about the department code that had the prompt in it. By the way, we didn't destroy that. That's already saved in the department parameter query. Now we're working on department wildcard parameter query. So two separate, totally separate things here. So let's go to the zoom window. Shift F2 or right-click in the criteria row and go to zoom that way. Okay, so it's pretty tough to remember this criteria, the syntax of this thing, and I only remember it because I've done it a bunch of times. So part of it has to do with the wildcard. That is, we have to start with the word like, and then leave a space. And then here comes the prompt. So square bracket. And then the words are going to be enter first letter of department name. And then close the square brackets. So we know what that part's going to do. It's going to put those words on screen. Enter first letter of the department name. And then whatever they type, I'm going to leave a space. You don't have to. Yeah, let me prove that you don't have to. So right after the prompt, we're going to have the ampersand, which starts the concatenation process. And then the thing we want added on the end of there is a star. And you may remember, anytime we want to put in some symbol that's not already stored in a field, even if it was just a space, we have to put quotes around it. So in this case, we have to put quotes around our star. Quote, star, quote. So it'll ask them to enter the first letter, and then whatever they type in, it's going to add a star to that, as though they had typed S star when they only typed S, and then it'll look for all the matches. So let me magnify that on screen so you can get the syntax. It's pretty complicated. Check it out, catch up with me, put the video on pause, and enter that in your Zoom window, and then click OK, and then hit the Tab key and make sure that it doesn't have any syntax errors. All right, everybody, I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm clicking OK, and I'm hitting the Tab key, and if I've got any quote marks in the wrong place or something like that, it'll tell me. It'll give me some kind of error message. All right, in my case, it didn't give me an error message. I'm going to say no news is good news. And I would recommend saving this query right now. So right-click and save it again. And then let's try it out. So I'm running my query, either Datasheet View or the Run button. Enter first letter of department name. Let's see. I know there's a marketing department, so I'm going to type in an M. By the way, it's not case sensitive. Capital M, lowercase m, doesn't matter. I type in an M, I hit enter, I click on OK. Here's my marketing department. I'm going to run that query again. That would be Shift and what to run it again? Shift F9, that's right. Shift F9 to run it again. Enter the first letter of the department name. How about letter I? And I hit enter, I click OK, and there it is. So instead of me having to spell out the department name or even the two-letter department code, I just enter the one first letter and it adds a star onto the end of that and then it looks for stuff. Now, what happens if they don't type in anything? Well, let's see. So I'm going to do my Shift F9 one more time. Enter the first letter of the department name. I type nothing. It adds a star onto the nothing, which means then everything matches and I see every department and everybody in them. So your turn to try all of that. You got that prompt all set up in your design view. That was the combination of the wildcard and the parameter all concatenated together. So now try it out, enter some letters, and rerun the query through Shift F9 and all that kind of really cool, good stuff. I hope you've had fun talking about some of the different kinds of queries. We've got another whole module of more advanced queries here, queries that can generate data and look up things based on other kinds of criteria. So when you get a chance, come on back for Module 4. But as far as Module 3, our basic queries, this is Dan McAllister signing off. Good day, one and all. Welcome to Microsoft Access 2016, Module 4, in which Christopher Robin, Eeyore, and their friend A.A. Milne discover even more about queries. My name's Dan McAllister, and I'm your instructor today. We know that not everybody goes through these modules in order. So I usually try to start my module by letting you know that there are practice files available for these modules. And you'll need to go find yours, the ones that say Microsoft Access 2016 practice files. Very often there are also some files labeled homework files. Those are used in a different way. So what I recommend is go find your practice files. They'll come in a zipped folder. Never try to work on files while they're in the zip folder. You'll want to extract them, and I have taken mine and extracted them out into a folder on my desktop. So if you want yours to kind of work the same way, that's what I would recommend. So go get your practice files. We'll start in the folder named Modules 3 and 4 in the practice files. So we're glad to have you with us. Let's go get started. Hey, one and all, this is Dan McAllister, your presenter today. So I'm assuming that you have downloaded your practice files or received them in email or however you get the practice files for this. So let us start Microsoft Access 2016 if you haven't already. When it opens up, it will look like this. You may or may not have these same recently used files over at the left-hand side. So pause the video and go start Microsoft Access and then come on back. All right. On my screen, I have files that I've been using in the past modules. If you've been playing along, you'll have those files as well, but those aren't needed for each new module. We start fresh. So let's go down here to the bottom left corner, and I'm going to click on Open Other Files. And then at the left side, I've got choices about bringing things in from the cloud, OneDrive, places on this PC. I'm going to browse. I'm going to recommend that you do the same thing. We're browsing right here. Like all good Microsoft and Adobe products, first place it goes is to the Documents library. But I was suggesting that you extract your files out to a folder on the desktop, so that's how I'm going to navigate to mine. So over here at the left side in my Favorites area, I'm clicking on my desktop. Then on the right-hand side, here's where I put my Access 2016 sample files. I'm double-clicking to step in there. You should do the same wherever you downloaded yours to. Again, hopefully you've extracted them from the zip file. So I'm headed to my 2016 folder, and now I'm going into my Access Mods 3 and 4 folder for practice files. And I would like us to open one named Query.dsn, as in Query Design. Give that thing a double click. On your screen, it will probably tell you that you need to enable editing, that certain processes are being blocked. So tell it you want to enable editing, and then your screen should look like mine. Over here at the left-hand side, I see tables. There might be more than that. So I'm going to click this little pull-down arrow, this list arrow right here, that give me different ways of viewing my data. And sure enough, it's only showing me the tables. There might be more. So I'm going to slide down here and click on All Access Objects. I suggest you do the same thing. Sure enough, I see tables and a couple of queries already created in this database. So pause the video, catch up with me there, show yourself the tables and the queries, please. We have these various tables with information about our books, our customers, the sales, our employees, and so forth. But eventually we're going to want to know who bought which book, when, for how much, and who's our best customer, and who's our best salesperson, and things like that that we can use for making business decisions. So let's get started. I would like to make a multi-table query using book project, book sales, and the customers table. So let's go to the Create Command tab, and we'll do this in the Query Design window. So again, I want the first three here, book project, book sales, and customer. One quick way to do that, double-click on each one. Book project, book sales, customer. There's our three tables. Relationships have already been created between these tables. I didn't actually take you to the relationships window, but you can see that the relations have been brought into our table window. So let's click the Close button, and let's make our tables tall enough so that we don't have to scroll up and down and see all the fields here. You can do that by grabbing the corners of the windows, by the way, the little table names here. So you can make them wider and taller so you can see the names of the tables and the names of all the fields, hopefully without having to scroll up and down. Around my company, we call that landscaping. Okay, so let's gather the fields that we want into this query, and then we'll base some other queries on it, actually. So from our customers table, let's bring in the customer name. So here's my customer table. I'm going to bring in not the ID, but the customer name. Quick way to do that, just double-click on STR customer name. I'd like to bring in the transaction date from the book sales table. Date time, DTM transaction date. Double-clicking on that one. Let's bring in the book title from the book project table. STR book title. Let's bring in the currency book price from the book project table. And let's bring in the quantity sold from the sales table, the book sales table, LNG, long integer quantity sold. So I'm going to use my third-party software to zoom in on the bottom of this so that you can compare yours with mine. So those are the 5 fields that I brought in. Do the same thing you just saw me do. You're double-clicking. In the second row, you can see which table they came from. So go line up those fields. I'll leave them on screen here. Pause the video and go line those up on your screen, please. So what I'd like to do in this next column over here is do some math that will multiply the currency book price times the long integer quantity sold. So I think I'm ready to click to put my cursor over in this next box, but those of you who happen to see Module 3, there is something that we should do right now before we go to the expression builder, so that in the middle column of the expression builder, we will have these fields available that are already in this query. So think about that for just a moment, those of you who saw Module 3. So any of you who did that, I hope that you're yelling at me through the screen right now, yes, Dan, you have to save this module. You need to save this query. And I'm going to say, wait a minute, we're not done creating this query. And you're going to say, no, we need to save it right now. Save the query. So let's do that. One of the ways to do it is right-click on the query name here, and then you can click that Save button. It says, what would you like to name it? I would like to name it QRY Sales 1, S-A-L-E-S 1. And then hit the Enter key or click OK. You'll see that name appears up in the tab. And then with your cursor still flashing over here in the next available column, let's go to the builder, the expression builder it's called. And if you were here in Module 3, you saw 3 ways to do it. Here's one, the little magic wand up here. Here's number 2, right-clicking in that window and going to Build. And there was also a keyboard shortcut, Control F2. So whichever of those ways you would like to try, come with me to the expression builder window that looks like this. So if we hadn't saved our query so far, we wouldn't have these fields available and we'd have to go hunt for them through the tables on the left-hand side. So put your video on pause and come on and join me there by going to the expression builder if you haven't already. All right, what I want to do is multiply the quantity sold times the book price. So to get the book price up into the top grid, I can't drag it. Those of you who saw Module 3, I hope you remember how to do it. Yeah, that's right, you need to double-click it. So I'm double-clicking on currency book price, and then I want to multiply. I'm typing in my star, my asterisk, and then I want to multiply that by the quantity sold, so I'm double-clicking on that. So book price times quantity sold, clicking on OK. Those of you who are here in Module 3, you've dealt with this little piece down here where it says EXPR1. That would turn out to be a caption at the top of the column if I leave it alone. Let's replace that. Again, be careful not to accidentally replace the colon. So we'll drag across EXPR1, and in its place, let's type this word, revenue. The money coming in for these books that we're selling, revenue. So there's what mine looks like right now. And those of you who were with me in earlier modules, you'll remember that normally what I do right here is hit the Tab key. And what that does is check the syntax of what I've typed, and if I've got something wrong, I can discover that now and fix it before I'm actually running the query and wondering why I'm getting weird results. All right, so mine didn't complain about this, so apparently things are okay. Hopefully that's true for you as well. No news is good news here. So now to see the results of our query, you can either click this button to go to the datasheet view, or you can click this button called the Run button. For a simple select query like this, there's no real difference in the results. So click either the datasheet view button or the Run button. So here is the information that we've gathered together about who and when and what book at what price times how many they bought, calculated as the revenue. And what I'd like to do next is have the grand total show up right down here at the bottom. I'd like to see the total of the sales, maybe a total of the quantity sold, and maybe an average of the book prices. So let's see how to do that. We're looking at the results of our query right now. And while you're looking at the results, there's a button up here towards the top that says totals. It's got the Greek letter sigma. And I'd like you to come up with me and click on that, please. Put the video on pause and come click on that totals button. It's up here under the home tab in the home ribbon, the totals button. All right, at first it's kind of hard to tell that much of anything has happened until I look down at the bottom of the table. This row with the star, this is where I would add new records. And up until we clicked on that totals button, there was never a row under there. So this is a place where you can have some kind of aggregating going on, whether it's averaging or totaling or counting or whatever. So come with me and let's click under the revenue column in our new blue row here, and you will see a pull-down list arrow appear. And if you click on that list arrow, you will see a list of the most commonly used functions for aggregating. This is basically the same list that you would see in Excel. So in this case, I'd like to sum up the revenue. So I'm going to go up and click on Sum. And so there is the grand total of all of our sales to our wholesale customers. So join me there. You have clicked on the Greek letter sigma, and then click in the box here under Revenue and tell it you would like to sum that up. Now there's no copy and paste here. So I can't just grab any little corner of that thing and copy it to the other columns. But in fact, I want to do other stuff in those other columns. So for example, why don't we total up the quantity sold? Make that happen. You know what you would need to do. I'll catch up with you in a second. Go total up the quantity sold. All right, thanks for putting the video on pause and totaling that up. I'm going to join you right there. Totaling up the quantity sold. Now, it wouldn't really make too much sense to total up the retail book price because that's only the cost of one book at a time. But maybe I'd like to know kind of an average of such things. So this time in that totals row, I'm going to ask it for the average. So there's the average book price that people will pay money for, that at least my retail bookstores will pay money for. So catch up with me there. Average one of them and then sum the other two. That's our first example of aggregating as the results of a query. And that's actually built into the query. The next time you run that query, it will aggregate just like that. Especially if we go up and save it right now. So come on and click on that table tab, that query tab, and we'll just save it again. So that's our first example of grand totals from doing math. I hope you're having fun. In this session, what I'd like to do is break this down by customer. So right now I can see Engel's Books apparently had 3 different sales. And if I scroll to the right, I can see the individual revenue, and maybe by hand I could total that up. But it would be kind of nice if I could get access to total that up, grouped by the customer name. As I look at the bottom down here, it says I've got 100 individual sales. And again, I know who and when and what they bought and how much they paid for it. But right now I can see a grand total at the bottom. I can't see subtotals by customer or by book title. Who's my best customer? What's my best-selling book? Which of these things should I invest more in? To make those kind of business decisions, I need some more business information. So in order to do that, let's see how to create something called a totals query, which is different than adding a totals row to the results of a query. Time to check out a totals query. By the way, a totals query is very much like adding automatic subtotals in Excel, and then being able to see these different levels of detail. And any of you who have ever done that in Excel, this is going to look like level 2 of the details of Excel, if you care. So we're going to build a query from this query. My goodness, what an idea. So let's go create a new query here, everybody. We're going to go up and click on the Create tab. We're going to use that Query Design window. So we're going to make a query from this query. Seems like kind of an odd notion because we've never talked about it so far. But in our first query, we've gathered the fields that we want to do the math with. And then with the second query, we're going to use some of those fields, but not necessarily all of them. So let us go up to the Create tab, and we're going to click on Query Design again. And now it's giving me a list of all the tables that are available. But if I look closely at the top here, there's also a tab where I could see a list of the query names, or both the tables and the queries. I'm going to go up and click on Queries, and then I want to base this new query on the fields that I've gathered from the one named Query Sales 1. So I'm going to click on Query Sales 1 and add it to my Query Design window, and then close the Show Table window, even though we were showing the queries in this case. So catch up with me. Put the video on pause. You're in the Query Design window already. You will have the Show Table window open. Switch to the queries and choose Query 1 with a double click. Now we can bring in some fields into the bottom query grid. This time, while I'm in the Design window, I see a Greek letter sigma. This acts differently in the Design window of a query than it does on the datasheet view of the query. So I'm going to go click on that Greek letter sigma. I would like you to do the same thing. So pause our video and click on the Totals button here in the Design part of our query. So if you blinked, you might not have seen things change down here in the bottom grid. Let me bring it up here just a little bit. So I've got a field name, I've got the table it came from, I've got my usual sort row, my show it or don't show it, my criterion, my OR for filtering, but there's a new kid on the block here that says total. So here's what I would like to do. I would like to bring in the customer name for a column, and then maybe the revenue for another column, and I'll tell it to group by the customer name and total up the revenue. And we'll have those powers here in this row that says total. So first of all, let's bring in the customer name with a double click. Boop, there it is. Notice it says group by in the total row. And then the thing that I want to total up is actually going to be the revenue field. So let's double click on revenue to put that in the next column. Notice so far it says group by as well. But if we go down here and click in that total row where it says group by, we see some other choices here. Some aggregating choices. Well, in this case, I don't want to try to total up a bunch of names. About all I could do there would be to count. But I do want to group my rows by the customer name, so we're going to leave that one saying group by. And then over here in the revenue column, we're going to say sum that up. So this way, instead of having 100 individual rows, one for each sale to each customer on each date there, we're going to be grouping the customers and then totaling up the revenue by the group. Now, anytime you add a field to this query design grid, it has to be there for one of two things. Either you want to group by it or you want to do math with it, which means the totals queries usually only have just a couple of fields in them. And that's going to be the case here. So pause the video and catch up with me. You can see the field names. I'll magnify them on screen here. You can see the field names, and you can see that we left the group by alone in the customer name, and in the revenue column, we switched it to sum. So please join me there. All right, everybody, time to go look at the results of our query. So either the datasheet view button or the run button, you know the drill. So notice this time I don't have 100 individual rows for each sale. It has grouped all of the sales by Avondale Books into one row and summed up the revenue. This is what I mean when I say this is like the automatic subtotals command in Excel, and then showing level 2 of the details. And if you're not familiar with that, it's okay. So now I've got 14 different customer rows here with the grand totals of each of their sales, but I don't have a big total at the bottom. I'll bet you know how we could get one there. Go ahead and do that. I'll catch up with you in a minute. Put the video on pause and go get a new total row in the bottom of that query, please. All right, hopefully that was easy for you. It's the other use of the Greek letter sigma now that we're out on the datasheet view side. So I click on the totals button out here, puts in my totals row. I go down here, I say, hey, sum that up for me. Oh, look, it's 26,000, just like last time. Only this time it's adding up the subtotals. So take just a moment and add that bottom row if you didn't already. I was hoping that you'd remember how to do it without me having to show you, but if that didn't happen, go put it in there right now. All right, way to go. Now, I'm wondering which of these is my best customer. When I've only got, 14 or 15, I can probably eyeball it and figure that out. But maybe a good way to do it would be to sort this thing. Maybe in descending order, so my best customer comes to the top of the list. Now, I can do that here in the results window, but I'd kind of like Access to do that for me every time I run this query. So I might as well build that into the design grid. So, back to the design view here. And we'll tell it to sort the revenue. Here's my sorting row. So I've got a choice for ascending or descending. If I want to see the biggest number at the top of the list, should I go with ascending or descending? I hope right now you're saying descending, meaning as I go forward through the list, the numbers get smaller and smaller and smaller, which means the biggest number is at the top of the list. So I'm going to sort it in descending order by the revenue. All right, little drum roll here. And let's run that query. So it looks like my best customer is Allendale Books. And I might need to spend a little more time getting out there and hitting the bricks to sell to my Lakeview bookstore, Engels Books, and so forth. Maybe I can get out and drum up some business with these customers that I'm not doing as well with. I certainly don't want to, tick off my best-selling customer, my big fish here. So this lets me make some business decisions of where should I spend more time and who do I need to make sure I take care of all the time. So let's give this query a new name. Come on up, we'll right-click on its tab. We'll choose to save it. We're going to call it QRY Totals by Customer. When you're ready, hit the Enter key or click OK. All right, I have a challenge for you. My impossible mission force. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to make another totals query. Don't start with this one and try to copy it or anything like that. Start a fresh one. Turn it into a totals query. Remember, you can use the Greek letter sigma in the design side. Base it on the query name query sales 1. Bring in the book title and the revenue, and group it by the book title and sum it by the revenue. And then once you're looking at the big list, put a total at the bottom, and then sort it in descending order by the sum of the revenue. Practice all of those things we just did. Don't cheat. Don't copy this last one and then just change the one little thing. Go in and start that one from scratch. You know what to do, my impossible mission force. Make me proud. I hope you're feeling good about this. I hope that was fairly easy for you. If it wasn't, you can play along with me right now as I catch up with you. So I'm going to my Create tab. I'm going to use my Query Design window. I'm bringing in information from not the tables. I've already gathered the fields that I want. They're in the one named Query Sales 1. So I'm double-clicking to put that one in my Query Design window, and I'm going to close my list. I said I wanted to group things by the book title this time, so I'm double-clicking on Book Title, and I want to total up the revenue. Welcome back. I hope that felt easy for you. If not, come do it with me. I'm about to catch up with you. So I'm going to go to my Create tab. I'm going to create a new query in the Design window. I want to bring in the fields that I've already gathered into the Query Sales 1, so I'm double-clicking to bring that in, closing that list. All right, this time I said we were going to total by the book title, try to figure out our best-selling book. So I'm double-clicking to drop that in the first column. I'm going to drop in the revenue in the second column. I'm going to turn this into a totals query. That's what does my subtotals. That's what puts in the group by the total row here. So I do want to group it by the book title this time, and then I want to sum up the revenue again. I'm running my query. There we go. So far, things are looking good. I don't have a total at the bottom yet. I can do that out here, adding a totals row, and then tell it to total up this column. Oh, look, 26,000 again. I keep hoping that number's going to get bigger each time I try it. It doesn't. But right now it's kind of hard to tell who's my best-selling customer, so the last thing I'm going to do is sort this. And instead of sorting it out here in descending order, I want it to sort this every time I run the query, so I'm going to build it into the design grid to sort in descending order by my revenue, just like we did last time. Going to save that query. Going to call it QRY Totals by Title. It's okay if you named yours something slightly different, that's fine. And then, last but not least, running that query. So here is my best-selling book, Improving My Tennis Game. And then here are some books that we need to, put out and have sales on or somehow boost our sales there. So we can make better business decisions if we have better business information to start with. Totals queries are great for that. And if that was as easy for you to create as it was for me, I congratulate you. Well done. So let's remember what we started with. We had created this query that had 100 individual records of each time a particular customer came in and purchased a book. And there are some times in here where the same customer came in on a different date and bought more of the same book. Remember, they're selling to the public, so maybe some of their books that they buy are selling really well, and they come back and they buy more from us of the same book sometimes. We started out with 100 individual sales, and then we grouped it by customer, and then we grouped it by title, and we were able to figure out which was our best-selling book title and which was our best purchasing customer. But maybe what I'd like to do now is break it down even further. How much did each customer spend on each book, whether they bought it once or whether they came in and bought it 3 different times? I'd like to break it down further. Now, I did mention that when you do a totals query, you usually want to have one text field and one aggregating field. Let's see what happens if I try to do this job through a totals query. So you're not going to do this with me because you're going to see it's not really as wonderful as I'm hoping, but I'm going to try it out anyway. So I'm going to go create a new query. I'm going to base it on my query sales 1. I'm going to bring in the customer name, and I'm going to bring in the title, and I'm going to bring in the revenue. And so I'm going to tell it to group by things by adding my totals button up here. So I'm going to group it by the customer name, and I'm going to group it by the title, and then I'm going to try to sum up the revenue. And I'm hoping that will show me how much each customer spend on each book. Remember what I started with, 100 individual sales. So I'm about to run this query here. I now have 81 rows. And each of them is a unique combination of the customer and the book. Starting with 100 rows and cutting that down to 81, the difference, 19, that means there were only 19 times when customers came in and bought the same book on 2 different days. It's pretty tough to tell anything about really, how much each customer is spending on each book. I mean, I can run it down here, but I got 81 freaking rows in the thing. Turns out there might be a better way to do this that would look kind of like a pivot table. It's called a Crosstab-Query, and there's a relatively easy way to make it through the Query Wizard. So I'm going to stop this thing, I'm going to put it away, and when it asks me if I'm going to save it, I'm going to say, good heavens, no. There's a better way to do this. So let's examine the idea of a crosstab query. I'm going to start out by just closing all of these tabs up here. I'm going to right-click on any one, close all. Go ahead and do that. Unclutter your screen a little bit. So again, I've got the raw data of who bought what on which day and how much money they spent on each book, but now I want to gather that into something that's going to look a lot like a pivot table. Again, it's called a crosstab query, and I mentioned that we can do it through the wizard. So let's go to the Create tab, and this time instead of Query Design, we'll go with Query Wizard, please. Come do that much with me. Put your video on pause, and let's start the Query Wizard. All right, I'm going to use my third-party zooming software here. So the last time we were here in the Query Wizard, we were doing the Simple Query Wizard. This time I would like to do the Crosstab Query Wizard. And in fact, if I click on it, it tries to give me a little explanation of what it is. This wizard creates a crosstab query that displays data in a compact spreadsheet-like format. Now, when I think of spreadsheet-like format, I think of rows and columns. And I would say we've already been looking at that. We've already been looking at things that are rows and columns. But let's go see what this wizard has to offer. So come with me. We will click on the Crosstab Query Wizard and then click the Okie Dokie button. And here comes the wizard. So join me. Let's step into the Crosstab Query Wizard, everybody. Put the video on pause and get that far. All right, I'm zooming in here. Which table or query contains the fields that you want in your Crosstab Query results? And then it's going to ask me, how do I want to group it in my rows? And how do I want to group it in my columns? And at the intersection of each row and column, do I want it to add or subtract or total things up or find the average or just what? So the fields that I want to put in here are already in my query named Query Sales 1. So again, I've got radio buttons down here to look at names of tables or queries or both. So I'm going to go with the queries, and I'm going to use the query name Query Sales 1. I'm double-clicking on that, which is the same as clicking on it and then clicking Next. So again, I pointed at Query Sales 1, and I double-clicked on it, or you can click it once and then click Next. Either way, it takes you to this window. So pause the video and do that much. All right, I'm zooming in again here. So now it says, which field values do you want as row headings? Now I'm used to the term column heading, something that would appear at the top of each column. This thing called a row heading is a word that's going to appear at the left edge of each row. So basically it says, what do you want in your rows? I'm thinking maybe I'll put my customer name in the rows, and then I'll put the book title in the columns, and then have it total up, have it sum up the revenue in there. So as far as the row headings, we're going to go with customer name. And here's the thing that I have forgotten to do more than once. Customer name, and then I just clicked Next because it was all lit up. This is only the available fields. I need to have the customer name in my selected fields. So with customer name selected, I'm going to wedge it over to the right. All right, now down in the little diagram here, it says str customer name. That's not what it's going to say. It's actually going to have a customer name in each row there. Trust me. All right, we're moving to Next. So catch up, put that customer name, make sure you wedge it over to the selected field side, and then let's click Next together. All right, now it's asking me about the columns. What fields values do I want in the column headings? Well, let's see. I want to cross-match the customer name with each book title. So let's put the book title in the column headings. I click it once, and then I click Next, or I double-click it, and then I don't have to click Next. So that's up to you. Again, it seems to say book title 1, book title 2. Those are just placeholders. It will have actual book titles there when we're done. So I'm going into the next step here. Next step says, at the intersection of each row and column, what numbers do you want calculated? Do you want it to count the quantity sold or average the revenue? I want it to sum up the revenue. At the intersection of each row that has the book title and each row that has the customer name and each column that has the book title, I want it to sum up the revenue. So I have to choose revenue first. And then notice on the right-hand side, by default, it wants to count it. So I'm going to tell it, no, I don't want to count it. I don't need a standard deviation. I just want to sum it up. So revenue and sum it up. And then notice a little checkbox over here. It says, do you want to summarize each row? Yeah, I want it to total across each row. So we'll just leave that one checkmarked. So there's what I've selected in that particular window. Let me magnify that. Pause the video and catch up on me. So at the intersection of each row and column, we want the revenue. We want it summed up. And we'll take it up on its offer to include the row sums. Do that much and then click Next. All right, I'm catching up to you. I'm clicking Next. So now it says, what do you want to name this query? Let's see. I do want to name it QRY something. And I do want to view the query instead of trying to go in and modify the design when I haven't really seen what it does yet. So let me zoom out here. So let's call it QRY total by title and customer. And then when you're ready, click Finish. So pause the video, give that thing the query name, and then finish it. Right, I'm catching up to you. I'm finishing it. So here is my compact spreadsheet-like format, where I've got one row for each customer name, one column for each book title, and at the intersection of the customer name and the book title is the total that each customer spent on each book, whether it was one sale or several sales. So as I look at this information, I've got one row for each customer name, one column for each book title, but they're not wide enough to show the whole book titles. And there's no way to do word wrapping in that top column header. You You can do it in reports, but you can't do it in tables or queries. So what I want to do is auto-fit the column widths to the widest thing in the column, and I can do that kind of like I would do in Excel. I could, for example, point at the divider between two columns and double-click, but that only does one column at a time. So here's the method for setting a bunch of them at once. I wish that I could drag sideways to choose all of them, but it won't scroll over there. So we're going to need like a click and a shift-click trick. So I'm going to click on this first column that I would like to auto-fit, and then I'm going to go down here to the bottom and grab the scroll box and drag over here to the very last column, and I'm going to do my shift-click trick. That is, I hold the shift key and I click. There, now I've got all those column widths selected, and now I can right-click on any one of them. There's a choice here called Field Width. I'm going to click on Field Width, and then there's a choice here called Best Fit. Clicking on that auto-fits all the column widths to whatever's the widest thing in the column, whether that's the data or the title. All right, so now I got all my columns wide enough to see the titles, and now I can see at the intersection of each row and column how much was spent by each customer on each book, whether that was all one sale or whether that was 3 different sales. Right, then the next thing I'd like to do is total these up in the bottom row. I need to add a totals row. So let me pause. Let's pause the video right now so you can do that first thing there. Go click on the first of the columns that has the name of a book, and then scroll way to the right and do a shift click on the last one. And the trick was right click, field width, auto fit. Best fit. So make that happen and then come on back. All right, next thing I would like to do is put in a totals row at the bottom. We know how to do that. We're going to do that right here, totals row. And then down here in this first column, I would like to total up the entire set of revenue. Still that 26,000. And if I were in Excel, I would have a little autofill dot handle that I could grab and drag across here and fill the rest of the column. We don't have one of those in Access. So I'm going to go to the bottom of this first column, Basic Home Electronics. I'm going to tell it to sum that one up. I'm going to go to the bottom of this column, total up the that book title. Without a lot of Visual Basic, I do not know a way to copy that right across. So I'm not going to make you do that whole thing, but you can see what it would take. So put the video on pause, put in that total row, total up the big total there. And then if I was doing this in real life, I really would go to each of these columns and total them up, essentially by hand. I'm not going to make you do that at all. So put the video on pause, catch up with me there. So that's the idea of a totals query. Basically looks like a pivot table in Excel. Our next subjects of discussion are going to involve something called action queries. Action queries can generate large amounts of data. They can make changes to a great number of records all at the same time. They can delete a great number of records all at the same time. And usually there's no undo for an action query. So we need to be a little bit careful with them. And so we're going to discuss 4 different types as we go along. And I've got a little exercise that we'll go through. By the end of the exercise, you'll think to yourself, hey, he could have done that easier. But my little exercise is kind of a teacher story that will let me expose you to the 4 different types of action queries. I got to tell you, every time I hear the term action query, here's what's going on in my head. Sunday, 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 at the humongous arena, truck pulls, motocross, and action queries. Yeah, that's just me. Anyway, let's go start talking about some action queries here. Our first action query is going to involve the customer table. So I'm going to go over here and double click on the customer table for a moment. So remember, our customers are not individual people. They are bookstores, retail bookstores. And so I've got the contact information for the bookstore. And then way over here at the right, I have the salesperson assigned to each bookstore. And this is a foreign key that matches up with the primary key of TBL Personal. So if I open up TBL Personal, I've got people over here by number, EN1-10, EN1-15. If you thought you were just a number around your company, I hear that definitely true here. Oh, they do have names. So in my customer table, I have the EN1-something, and then in the personal table, I got the EN1-something. So the employee ID is the primary key of the personal table, and it's the foreign key in the customer table. So here's the story for this. This person, whatever their name is, Mr. or Ms. EN1-20, they are retiring. So what I need to do is go in and assign a new salesperson to the customers of EN1-20. So we're going to do this in 4 steps. We're going to go find the records in this customer table that are handled by salesperson EN1-39, and we're going to move them into another table. We're going to create another table with that information, just the records of our customers that are handled by EN1-39. And then we'll remove those records from this table once we've got them safely archived and ensconced in this other table. And then we'll go in and we'll make some changes. We'll assign a new salesperson based on what country they're in. So as I'm looking at my table here, I've got a couple of customers from Canada, and then all the rest of my customers are from the country of NULL. Notice we don't have a USA or anything like that in there. So we're going to make a separate table of the entries from EN1-39, and then we're going to reassign them to one of our salespeople if they are in Canada, and a different salesperson if they are in the country of NULL, and then we will wind up bringing them back into this table after we've manipulated them like that. So that's going to let us see 4 different types of action queries. We'll see the make table query, we'll see the delete query, we'll see the update query, and then we'll see the append query, A-P-P-E-N-D, add at the end of something. So let's look at the make table query to start with, everybody. Let's go. So I'm going to go up here and right-click and close all. And we'll go to the create ribbon. That is, I click the create command tab, producing the create ribbon. We'll go to the query design window, please. So the table that we'll be working on is the customer table. So double-clicking on TBL customer, closing the window, a little bit of landscaping, will be good to go. So catch up with me there, start the new query, and we're just going to be using TBL customer. So I would like to bring all of the fields down into the query design grid. So I'm going to double-click on the table name, light up all the fields, grab any one of them, bring them down into the grid. So I've populated the whole grid that way. We've done that many times by now. So join me, pause the video, drop all those fields down there, please. So right now, I don't have any criteria filtering going on here. So if I just run the query, I've got 14 different customers right now. I'm going to go back to the design view of that. So we want to change this from a select query, which it is right now. By the way, it says so right up here at the top, select. We're going to turn this into a make table query. It's right next door. So click with me on that choice, make table. As I'm hovering over it, it's probably kind of hard to read on your screen while I'm hovering over it, but you'd be able to read it on your own screen. Make a query selecting records from this database and save those records into a new table. That's what we're about to do. So come with me and click on that, make table. Right, now that opened up a dialog window here that says make new table. And I get some choices. Make a new table and put it in the current database, or make a table and add it to some other database that exists already. And then it wants me to name the table. Well, first thing I need to do is choose which records I want to use for the new table. So I'm going to step out of here for just a second, and we're going to do some filtering. So I don't want to copy all of the records to a new table. I only want to copy the records that are handled by that retiring salesperson whose number is EN1-39. So I'm going to go to the criteria row under salesperson, and there's no pull-down list of different salespeople. We just have to know that the employee number here is EN1-39. And I'm going to hit the tab key, and it puts quote marks around that. So come join me. You set up that filter so that we will only find the records handled by employee number EN1-39, please. All right, we're getting close to what we need. So up until now, when we've been doing just a simple select query, there's been no difference between the Datasheet View button and the Run the Query button. Now that we're getting into the action queries, there will be a difference between them. So right now it doesn't know that it's an action query yet. So right now if I click either button, I'm going to get the same results. Let's go ahead and do that. Click on either of those two buttons because it's still a select query right now. So when I run it, it says I've got 5 records. As I scroll to the right, those are the ones who are handled by salesperson EN1-39. Out of the total of 14 records that we had in the customer table, these are the 5 that are handled by EN1-39. Notice 2 of them are from Canada and the other 3 are from the country of NULL. So go ahead and run that query yourself. Compare your information with mine. All right, assuming you have done that, let's go back to the design view. Now we're going to turn this into a Make Table query. So we're going to go click on that button that says Make Table, and we will see this dialog window show up. It tells me I'm about to make a new table, and I get to choose whether to put the table in this current database file or in some other database file. And then I would browse and tell it what file to put it in. I would like to just put it in this database, so that part's good. Now, in this particular window, there's a thing that's being a little bit dangerous here. It's not obvious, but notice the list arrow over here. Table name. So if I click on that list arrow, here's a list of the tables that exist right now. Here's the dangerous part. If I choose one of these, it will make a new table named that, and the table that already exists named that will be destroyed. So I want to make sure that this new table I'm going to create does not actually have the same name as a table that's already in there. So there's going to be another dialog window that looks a lot like this, where the pull-down arrow might be useful, but it is not terribly useful here. It can actually be a little bit dangerous. So we're going to decide what the new table name will be. I would like to name it TBL, the EN1-39ers. I happen to be here in the Bay Area of California, where we have the San Francisco 49ers, so I'm paying homage to them. So TBL, the EN1-39ers. And let's OK that to finish saving it. Actually, I beg your pardon. When we click OK, it's going to feel like we just did something, but we didn't yet. So click on OK, and it kind of feels like you just did something. But in fact, you've only told it where to make the table. You haven't actually run the query yet. Now, this time, we're not doing a select query anymore. We've got a Make Table query. So here's a habit that I have built for myself. I will first use the Datasheet View button to make sure these are the records that I really want to run the query on. The query has not been run yet. It's only showing me which records would be affected. I'm going back to the design view. So do that for yourself. Click the Datasheet View button, not the Run button yet. Datasheet View should tell you, yeah, there's those 5 records that you're going to be dealing with. And then come on back to the design view here. All right, it is now time to run that query. So click this red exclamation mark Run button. I'm getting a warning message here. Hey human, you're about to paste 5 rows into a brand new table, and once you click yes, you can't undo it. Now there is some good news here. It's not going to cut and paste the records. They won't be deleted from the customer table. They will be duplicated from the customer table into this new table, the EN49ers table. So we're going to click yes. I understand that there's no undo for this. Let's go ahead and click yes. Bada bing, bada boom. It's kind of subtle. But now over at the left-hand side in the navigation pane, I have a new table, and you should too. The EN1-39ers table. So run that query. Look at the warning message. Click yes, I understand that I'm about to make a new table. All right, let's go look at the contents of that table. So let's go double-click on TBL EN1-49ers. It is, in fact, those 5 records. By the way, you might notice one thing out here at the right end. In that customer table, the ENs were capitalized. Here they are not. We discussed this on our Module 1 in something called the formatting of a text field. And we discovered that if you put a greater than sign in the formatting part of the definition of a text field in the design view of a table, they will be displayed as uppercase letters, even if you type them in lowercase letters. So whoever created this table in the first place typed them in lowercase letters, but formatted them to look like uppercase letters. That was not carried over into the new table. But I have been successful at creating a new table. I hope you are too. Let's go ahead and close that EN139ers table once you're sure that yours is like mine. I've got my 5 records in it. Woo-hoo. We just finished a session called a make table query. This next exercise is going to be about something called a delete query. And remember that for most of these action queries, there's no undo. So first of all, let me bring up a slide in PowerPoint that talks about which fields do I need for which of these different types of action queries. So for a make table query, as you can see here, it's whatever fields I want to bring into the new table. And again, it didn't delete any records out of the original table, it simply copied and pasted them. And in this case, I did want all of the fields from the customer table to be in my EN139ers table, so I did bring all of the fields in, because those are the ones that I wanted. Now, for this delete query, I don't necessarily need all of the fields in the delete query. As you can see here, all I really need are the fields that will be used for criteria for choosing which records to delete. That is, down in the criteria row, I can tell it which records I want to delete out of the customer table, and in this case, they are those same 5 records, the ones that are handled by employee ID EN1-39. So that's what we're about to do. We're going to change our make table query to a delete query, and we'll actually still have the same criteria, but in fact, we won't need all of the fields in there. So that's where we're headed next. So I'm back in my query design window. Now, if I knew that I needed to run that make table query once every 6 months or something like that, I could actually save that query. But in this case, the query is made to handle moving customers from EN139. But EN139 is not going to be working here anymore, so it's not a query that I'm going to need to run again. Therefore, I'm not going to bother saving it. So now what I want to create is a delete query that deletes those 5 records. But in the slide we just saw, we noticed that I don't necessarily need all of the fields in this query. It wouldn't actually hurt anything to leave them all in here, but I want to go minimalist here. So I would like to clear all of the fields out of this query design grid down here. Now I could drag across them to select them up here in this little skinny bar, but if you were with me in earlier modules, I believe it was in module 3, we went and found a button called Clear the Grid, and we added it to the Quick Access toolbar. So if you perform module 3 with me, you can go use that right now. Go click on your Clear the Grid button. Now, if you didn't happen to do module 3, here's where the Clear Grid button is initially found, under the Home tab, in the Sort and Filter group, under the Advanced pull-down arrow, there's the Clear the Grid button. And what we did in module 3 was we right-clicked on it, and in the pop-up menu that appears, there was this choice about Add it to the Quick Access toolbar. And then once you do that, it's up there all the time. It's not just for one database. It becomes part of the program to have the Clear the Grid button up there. So whether you need to put it there now or whether it's already there, let's go use it. Clear that grid. And now I'm going to scroll way back to the left. Everybody see my scroll box way down here? So I'm grabbing that scroll box, dragging way to the left, and then I want to bring in just one field. There's only one field that I need to decide who gets deleted out of here. It's the salesperson field. So I'm going to go double click on STR salesperson, drop that field right down in here. And then which salesperson am I looking for? Why, it's my new friend EN1-39. I'm hitting the tab key. It puts quotes around that. So for this delete query, if that's all I need, if that's the only field I need to decide who gets deleted, then that's the only field I need to have in the query design grid. But so far, this is not a delete query. Right now, this is a select query. So if we go back up here, move away from the Home tab back to our Query Tools design window, you'll see it's actually a make table query right now. Let's turn it into a delete query. Noticing this dangerous looking icon over here with the poison symbol on it, basically. So let's go do that. Click on the delete query button. Put the video on pause and join me there. All right, having clicked on the Delete Query button, there's a new row down here in your query design grid that says Delete. And in that Delete row, it says Where. So delete all the records where the salesperson is EN1-39. All right, now remember there's no undo for this. So I'd like to make sure I'm getting the right records here. And this is where I go back to this habit I was talking about, where I'll go to the datasheet view first to figure out which records I'm talking about, but not actually deleting them, not actually running the query, and then coming back to this window and running the query. Now notice, in this case, I don't have the row for the customer name and all that kind of stuff. I have it only for the salesperson. So I'm going to go up and click on my datasheet view button, and I can see that they're all EN139ers, and there's 5 of them. And that matches up with what I remember about my make table query. So I'm going to go back to the design view here. So I'd like you to do that. Go click on the datasheet view button. Make sure that you're talking about 5 records that you're going to delete and that they are the ones that have EN1-39 as their employee ID number. Actually, it's called the salesperson now. So pause the video, go do that, and then come on back to the design view. All right, everybody, it is now time to do that dangerous run button. We are about to delete records. Luckily, we've got them archived in another table, so we kind of did things in the right order there, just in case I ever want them back again. So let's click the run button. You're going to get a little warning here. Hey, human, you are about to delete 5 rows from this table. There's a little shiver going up my spine right now. And we'll say, yep, I understand that. I really want to do that. So click on yes. It's kind of hard to tell that much of anything has happened. Now, notice that I don't have the customer table open right now. If you had the customer table open, you will see a slightly different thing happen than what's happening on my screen in the next step here. So I'm going to go reopen the customer table. I used to have 14 records in there. So I'm going to go double-click to reopen the customer table, and I now have 9 records. And as I scroll to the right, not a one of them is being handled by EN1-39. If I had had the customer table open when I ran the query, I would see 14 records here, and 5 of them would have the words deleted, 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 deleted all across their row. And then when I close that table and reopen it, I would wind up with the 9 records. So you can actually run the delete query when the table is open. It's just really confusing looking, especially if you're deleting like 80 rows out of 200 of them and a bunch of rows all of a sudden say deleted, deleted, deleted. It would actually be nice to have it just show you only the rows that are still there. When I reopen the customer table, this is what I see. So I'm hoping that thing is happening for you as well. Put the video on pause and make sure that you also are now down to 9 customers in your customer table. In our previous 2 sessions, we've been working on queries that manipulated data in the customer table. For this next exercise, I want to have a query that manipulates data in the EN139ers table. So I'm going to close the customer table. I'm going to close query 1 here. Actually, I guess I don't have to close query 1. I've never saved it. By the way, if you save a delete query, it will go over here in your navigation pane, and then later when you double-click on it, it'll warn you, hey, you're about to delete some things. So saving a delete query is kind of, in my opinion, like leaving a loaded gun around. So if I needed to save a delete query, what I have chosen to do in the past is to set it up with all the criteria and stuff that I need, and then just save it as a select query. And then when I go to run it, I open it up in its design view and I switch it over to a delete query. That way I'm never in danger of, just deleting a whole bunch of records. Remember, when I run it, it would give me a warning, hey, you're about to delete a bunch of records. But in this case, I'm probably not going to be deleting a bunch of records for EN139 anymore, because Miss EN139, she's gone at this point. She has moved on. So now we need to talk about our next action query. This is called an update query. And with an update query, you could go in and find all of the products coming from a particular supplier who has just raised all of your costs by 10%. And then in your products table, you could go in and raise the price to your customers by 12%, something like that. That's not what we're going to use it for, but it is a classic example of how people would use an update query. We're going to use it a little bit differently. we're going to update the salesperson. And we're going to do it twice. Once for the customers from Canada, and once for the customers from the country of NULL. So here we go. We're going to talk about an update query. And let me go to my slide of which fields are needed for an update query, because you don't need all of them. So for an update query, I don't necessarily need all of the fields. I do need the field or multiple fields that will be used as my filters, my criteria, for determining which records will be updated. And very often that criteria field is not the same field that will actually receive the update. So not only do I need fields that tell it which records to be updated, I also need the actual field that will be updated. So that's what we're going to work on right now. Let me go back to Access. Here we go. So I only have this one column. I can use my black arrow of death to select it and tap the delete key. Or I can go maybe a little overkill and clear the grid. But either way you want to do that, let's do that. And in fact, this time I don't want to work this query on the customer table. I want to work it on the EN139ers table. So why don't we go up here and we'll right-click on the column header. So we'll go up here and we'll right-click on the title of this one and we'll remove the table. Or you could left-click on its title and just tap the delete key. And then let's bring in our newly created TBL, the EN139ers. Bring that in here and do your landscaping, make it tall enough so you can see all the fields without scrolling. So do what I just did. Close the table, clear the grid, and then bring in the table for the EN139ers and make it tall enough to see all of the fields. Okay, so it's time to bring in the fields that will be used to determine which of the records gets edited here, gets updated. So I mentioned that it's going to be based on the country field. If the customer is from the country of Canada, we're going to reassign them to the employee EN1-20. So we'll do that as our first update query. So I need the country field because that's going to be my criteria. So I'm double-clicking on the country field. And then the field that's actually going to get updated is the salesperson field. But notice this is still a delete query. It has the word delete in it. I'm going to go up here to my query design window, and I want to change that to an update query. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to go click on the button that says update, and that changes the row that said delete to a row that now says update to. So come join me. Put the video on pause and do those three things. Actually, four things. We cleared the grid. We got rid of the table. You probably did that already. We dragged in the EN139ers table. So now you got two things to do. You're going to bring in the two fields for the country and the salesperson, and then you're going to change it from the dangerous delete query to the less dangerous update query. So make that happen. Put the video on pause. Catch up with me. Here we go. All right. So now, under the country field, I need to tell it which country to look for. And in the update field, I need to tell it what salesperson to update it to. So here we go. I'm going to go to the criteria row, and I'm going to type in Canada. I am originally from the Detroit area. And in Detroit, Michigan, we are directly across the Detroit River from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Oddly enough, here's a piece of information that you don't really need to know. When you're in Detroit, looking across the Detroit River at Windsor, Ontario, Canada, you are looking south. Holy cow, south, he said. Yes, there's a little piece of Windsor, Ontario that kind of curls around to the edge of Detroit. So you're actually looking south at Windsor, Ontario, even though it's in Canada. By the way, you know, there's that song that we hear all the time about growing up in South Detroit. There ain't no South Detroit. South of Detroit, there's that river. So you'll have to listen to that song with a little pinch of salt from now on. But it does also mean that we have some jokes that we tell in the Detroit area about Canadians. So here's one. How does a person from Canada spell the name of their country? Maybe you know the answer already. The supposed answer is, here's how a Canadian would spell the name of their country. C-A-N-A-D. Eh? That's a famous Canadianism, adding the eh at the end of it. So in Detroit, we learned all kind of stuff like keep your stick on the ice, and don't cross the blue line too quickly, and stuff like that. All right, so I'm going to hit the Tab key, and when I do that, you'll notice that once again it has put quotes around the text in there. So type in that Canada and then hit the tab key. And then over here, we're going to say update it to, for those records where the country is equal to Canada, update that salesperson to EN1-20 instead of EN1-39, which is the current value. And then I'm going to hit that tab key again, and it put quotes around that again. So pause the video, catch up with me. Country, criteria equal to Canada, and then salesperson, update value to EN1-20. All right, now thinking in your mind, how many records should be involved here? In our EN139ers table, we've only got 5 records. How many of them are from Canada, do you remember? Well, let's go find out. Let's click the Datasheet View button. Looks like there's 2 of them. Let's go back to the Design View, and let's run that query. So that's my recommendation for all action queries. First, look at the Datasheet View, make sure you know how many records you're talking about. If you're not sure, go back and check everything, because again, there's no undo for this thing. So assuming things are going well, it is time to run that query. Sounds like a game show. Make sure it's going to be an update query before you go on. Pretty much has to be if you've seen these things. So we're going to run the query. We're going to get a little warning that you're about to update, yes, those 2 rows that we were checking on. And there's no undo for that, but that'll be fine. We're going to click yes. All right, so now let's do another one here. So I'm going to change my criteria, and I'm going to change my salesperson this time. So this time I'm looking for those records that are not from Canada. And from seeing our data, should I type in USA? No, I won't find any of those. What's the word for I want to see the blank ones? I've been using it several times here. Yes, it is NULL. So that's what we're going to type in, NULL. When you hit the tab key, it does not put quotes around that. It recognizes it as a structured query language keyword and puts the word is in front of it. We have seen that happen before. And when the country is null, we want to update the salesperson field to EN1-50. And I'm going to close the quotes around that because they were already in there. So EN1-50, update the salesperson from the current EN1-39 to EN1-50, but only for those records where the criteria for the country is equal to null. All right, do the drill. So we're still running an update query. When I say do the drill, I mean go look to see how many records are involved. It should be 3 of them. And then come back here and run the query, and it'll warn you, and you're going to say yes. All right, I hope that's going smoothly for everybody. I'm about to catch up to you. So Datasheet View, looks like 3 records involved. That coincides with what I expected. Back to the Design View, I run the query. You're about to update those 3 rows. Yes, I understand. All right, it's time to go see our handiwork. The table we've been working on, of course, is EN1-39ers table. So let's go double-click to reopen that table. And I scroll to the right. And where the country is equal to Canada, we have EN1-20. And where the country is equal to null, we have EN1-50. That's my entry into the hip-hop world, 50. So we have been successful at both of our update queries. In the next section, we're going to take these records and put them back into the original customers table. We will not use a make table query to do that, because if we did, then this would become the new customers table, and it would throw away the other 9 records that are already in it. So in our next session, we will be talking about something called an append-action query. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last of our action queries, we're going to run a type called an append query. You can see that I have closed the previous queries, closed any previous tables, and we'll just create a brand new one here to create an append query. Now, that probably begs the question in your head, all right, what fields do I need in my append query? Well, let me call up that slide in my PowerPoint presentation. So you can see the last entry in this particular slide is about the append query. And as you can see, it says all the fields that are already in the table to which you will be appending. So let me make that a little more specific. Let's say I have table A, and I'm going to append the records from table A onto the end of table B. Maybe these are things that came in from different data sources, and I'm trying to put them all into one table, and Append-Query can be good for that. But what if the fields don't all match up? Well, if I have some fields that are in table A that aren't in table B to which I am appending, those fields will be dropped. They will be left out of table B when I append the things from table A because they didn't have a match in table B already. If in table A there are certain fields that are missing that are expected in table B, that will not create a problem. There just won't be any data in that particular field when I append it into table B. The information that was already in table B will still be there, but just for those records in table A, where in that particular table I didn't have all the same fields, I have some that are in table B that aren't in table A, then that's fine. In table B, for those records, it'll just be blank data. It'll just be null data there. Also, the fields don't have to be in the same order in both of those tables. It will work that out by the name of the field. That does mean that I better have the same names of the fields, so it'll know what to gather together. So that's kind of a long-winded answer there. Here was my short answer: all the fields that are already in the table to which you will be appending. Okay, so back to Access. So let's go create a new query in the query design window. All right, now this time I'm talking about records that are currently in the EN139ers table. So that'll be the table that I bring into my query design grid. And then I close, and then, of course, a little bit of landscaping. Actually, I probably don't need the landscaping, because all I'm going to do is grab all of these fields with a quick double click and drag. That was one of the nice features of the double-click method. You don't actually have to be able to see all of the fields so that you can click and shift-click and all that stuff. So do that. We know how to do that. Give that a double-click, drag that stuff down there. So these are all the fields that I want. Join me that far. Pause the video and catch up. All right. Now, remember what we're looking at here. We are looking at the 5 records that used to be in the customer table that have had their employee IDs, their salesperson, updated. And now we want to take those records and add them back to the end of the original customer table to bring us back to our original 14 records. Now, do I need any criteria? Are there only certain records from this table that I want to bring back? Or do I want all of them? Yeah, actually I want all the records. So there's not going to be anything in the criteria row. We just basically have to turn this into an append query and tell it what table to append to. So that's what we'll be doing over the next couple of minutes. Let's go. So I'm going up here and changing it from a select query to an append query. By the way, if I was doing any filtering, I would do it before I turned it into an append query. But we said we didn't need any filtering. All right, this time on my list of tables, I do want to use the list arrow to choose one of the tables that exists already. If this was a make table query, I would be destroying a table and replacing it with a new one. That's the big difference between a make table query and an append query. So I'm working in the table named EN1-39ers. I want to take all of its records and append them back into my original customer table. So come join me there. By the way, when you then click OK, it's going to feel like you did something, but remember, you haven't actually run the query yet. So catch up with me, telling it that we're going to append to the table named TBL customer that's in the current database, and then click OK. I will wait for you to return. Man, that took a long time. Where were you? Probably went and grabbed yourself a milk or something. Anyway, moving on. So, I am going to go run that query now. I'm going to do my usual thing. Data sheet view. I should be seeing 5 records because I didn't filter any of them out. Back to the design view. Run the query. Join me in that, just building that habit. So go to the datasheet view and then come on back here. All right, time to run that query now. Remember, there's no undo for this. But we won't be losing any records out of the EN139ers table. We'll simply be copying and pasting again. So run that query. Hey, human, you are about to append 5 rows to some table. Notice it doesn't say which table. And we'll say, yes, I understand that. That's really what I wanted to do. So now if I go reopen the customer table, I should now have my 14 records back. So run your query, and then let's open the customer table and see how things are going. All right, I'm about to catch up to you, looking at the customer table. Tap, tap, double click. 14 records, including the 2 from Canada, which are now assigned to EN1-20, and then the ones from USA. I can't really tell which ones those are, but they are all attached to EN1-50 if they're not from Canada. And there are a couple not from Canada who were already being handled by EN1-20, so that's still true here. Looks like we might need to hire another salesperson now. So it looks like we've been successful here. And when I'm in a room full of students, this is the point at which somebody will almost always raise their hand and say, "Hey Dan, you could have done that easier, couldn't you? Couldn't you have just done an update query where you looked for all the records where the salesperson was EN139 and the country was equal to Canada, 2 criteria, and update the salesperson to EN120, and then run another update query where you said, all right, I'm looking for those where the salesperson is EN139 and the country is equal to NULL, and update that to EN1-50, just using this customer table to start with." And the answer that I always give is yes, that would have been the fastest, most efficient way to do it, but then I wouldn't have had anything to talk about for delete queries and update queries and append queries and all that kind of stuff. So it's just a little teacher story that I use to display the 4 different kinds of action queries in a way that kind of makes sense. And it's obviously not the only way to use those kind of queries, but it gives us something to talk about essentially. So thanks for hanging out and talking about the append query there. In our next session, we're going to start talking about hooking up between Access and Excel, and maybe hooking up between 2 different Access databases. So that's where we'll be headed next. I hope you had fun with my little story about Miss EN1-39, everybody. Our next couple of subjects fall under the general category of getting Access to play well with others, taking information from Access and sending it out to other file formats, or vice versa, bringing stuff into Access that didn't start out in Access. And I'd like to switch databases. We've seen in earlier modules that if you have one database open and you go to the File menu and tell it to open another file, then it will close the first one and open the second one. It would first be a good idea to close all the tables and queries that you have open. You can see I've done that. So put the video on pause, go close any tables and queries that you have open, and then come back here and we'll go to File and Open. So pause the video, do this thing, close the tables and so forth. All right, welcome back. Now let's go to the File menu and tell it we want to open a file. We're going to navigate to our Mods 3 and 4 folder. That is, we'll browse there. So I'm out to my desktop, I'm out to my Access practice files. Going to my Mods 3 and 4 folder, and I'd like us to open this file named Northwind. If you were here for Module 1, you have seen Northwind before. So I'm double-clicking on Northwind, and when it comes up, it should look like this, offering us a splash screen and a chance to sign in as Andrew Cincini. So go open up your Northwind database, please. All right, let's pick it up from there. We're going to discount the chance to sign in as Andrew Cincini by using this close button right here. And then over at the left-hand side, I'd like to organize our list by object type. And we can do that by clicking this pull-down arrow right here. And then tell it we want to organize it by object type instead of Northwind Traders app. So object type, now I can see my tables versus my queries and so forth. So do that. Organize your list by the object type. All right, now we come to our first exercise. So we have information in one of these tables, and we need to send a copy of it somehow to someone who doesn't have Microsoft Access. But pretty much everybody has some kind of Acrobat reader, whether it's by Acrobat or some other program. So let's say that we have some information in one of our tables, and we need to send that information to someone who doesn't have a copy of Microsoft Access. So we need to have some way of exporting the information to some other format, and very often this is done to a PDF file. Pretty much everybody has some kind of PDF reader. So let's open up our list of tables. And the table I'm interested in is called Purchase Order Details. So we're going to scroll down through the alphabetized list and find the one named Purchase Order Details. Now, I don't really have to open it to do this job, but we might as well look at it for a moment to see what kind of information is in it. So I'm going to double click to open Purchase Order Details. So it seems to have a purchase order ID, and I see repeating data there, so it's not the primary key. This ID field here seems to be the primary key. And then you can see information about the products that were purchased, the quantities, the unit cost, dates, and so forth as you scroll left and right on your screen. So that's what's going on in this table. In order to do the exporting, we don't actually have to have it open. So feel free to close it with me. Pause the video, take a peek at it, and then close it, and then come on back. I'm going to close it right now, and you can open it and look at it and do the same. All right, so now that we've seen what's in it, let's see our first way of exporting the data to a PDF file. I got to tell you, I'm a big right-clicker, because I can point at things and right-click on them and get a list of things that I didn't know you could do with the object. So that's what I'd like to do here. Let's point at Purchase Order Details, right-click on it. Here comes a pop-up menu of stuff you can do, like export it. Specifically, I'm going to hover over Export, and then in the submenu, I'm going to choose PDF. Officially, it says PDF or XPS. So come do that with me. Pause the video. You don't have to have the Purchase Order Details table open. You're just going to right-click on it, hover over Export, slide out, and click on PDF or XPS. In the meantime, I will do the same thing, and we will join together after that. So pause the video and do that much, please. All right, welcome back. I'm going to catch up to you by clicking on PDF. I would like to put it in a folder inside our practice files folder. So over here at the left side, I'm going to scroll up and down and go to my desktop. I'm going to step into my Access 26 samples. I'm going to step into my Access 2016 samples folder. And I'm going to make a folder in here named Exports. Here's a nice easy way to make a new folder. It just says New Folder, at least if you're using Windows 7 like I am. So I'm going to click on New Folder. It gives me a new folder named New Folder, but the name's all highlighted waiting for me to give it a better name like Exports. I hit the Enter key once, it finishes naming it. I hit the Enter key again, it steps into the Exports folder. So please join me. Put your video on pause. Tell it you're going to export. You're going to export it out to your Access Practice Files folder. Make a new folder named Exports. Hit the Enter key twice to step into the Exports folder. And then last but not least, down here in the bottom right corner, click on Publish, which is what I'm going to do right now. So catch up with me. Go that far and actually publish that thing, and then I'll catch up with you. All right, I hope things have gone smoothly for you. I'm going to catch up with you now by clicking on Publish myself. So in my case, as soon as it finished publishing, it opened up some version of a PDF reader. In my case, it's a little hard to tell because it's off the top of your screen. It has opened up my Adobe Acrobat Reader DC. And as I scroll down through here, I'm just rolling my scroll wheel, I can see at page 1, and up here towards the top, I can see that I've got a 4-page document. So I'm seeing the first few columns, and then I scroll down, and then I'm seeing the rest of the columns. And then on page 3, here's a little bit more of the table, and then page 4, here's the extra columns off of that one. So a little bit clunky just doing the quick little export thing, but there's something we can do about that. Let's talk about maybe another way to go about this that would give us a little bit more control over it. So I hope things went smoothly for you and that it opened in some sort of reader. And now I'm going to close that. So take a look at what resulted on yours. Maybe it opened in a different program, but I'll bet it looks the same. It's a 4-page document with things split up. So pause the video and take a look at the results of that thing. And then when you're done looking at it, close whatever reader is on your screen, which is what I'm going to do right now. All right, welcome back. When you get done with that, you're probably going to see this thing that says Save the Export Steps. Now, if I take it up on that, if I say Save Export Steps, then it will let me actually create a little reminder in Outlook to tell me to do that whole process again in 6 months or something like that. Now, I don't actually have Outlook set up in order to handle that, so I would say for our purposes, let us not save the export steps. We'll just go to the bottom corner here and click Close. So let's see how we might get a little more control over this. So I'm going to open up the purchase order details table again. I'm going to double click on it. And then I'm going to go up here to my File menu and choose Print, and then Print Preview. And it doesn't look so great just yet, but we do now have some tools at the top of our screen. So please do that. Double-click to open the table name Purchase Order Details, then go to the File menu, choose Print, and then Print Preview, and your screen should look like mine. So one of the things we might want to do is turn the paper sideways to see if we can fit all the columns in there. And another thing we might do is reduce the white space around the outside here called the margins. So maybe we can do those couple of things and make it not take up so many darn pages. So in the upper left corner, I'm going to go up here and click on Margins, and I'm going to choose the setting called Narrow, 1/4 inch of white space, top, bottom, left, and right. So that spread it out a little bit, but it's still not necessarily all going to fit on one page. Right now down here at the bottom, if I click to go to the next page, there is still a little bit there. And if I click the arrow again, there's a little bit more on page 3, and then a couple extra columns for that. So I wish there was some way to make the paper wider than it is tall. Oh yeah, we can do that. It's called landscape orientation. Heck. So let's do that. So why don't you catch up with me? Set the margins to 1/4 inch on all sides using the narrow option, and then join me in clicking on the landscape orientation. Things are going to get better. Pause the video, catch up with me. Landscape orientation, skinny borders. So take a moment, put the video on pause, and catch up with me. Landscape orientation and the narrow margin settings. All right, welcome back. I'm sitting on page 2 right now. I'm going to click the left arrow to go to page 1. And I'm wondering if there's a page 3 anymore. Here's my page 2. I click the right arrow again. Nope, there's no page 3. We've got it down to 2 pages here in our PDF file. Now, it's not a PDF file yet, but having gone and set that, come with me and we'll close the print preview. So make sure that you've got those narrow margins and you got the landscape orientation. And now close the print preview with me. All right, everybody. Now let's see what happens if we tell it to export to a PDF. So we can try it the same way. We can right-click on that purchase order details table name. We're going to export. We're going to go to PDF. We're going to navigate to our mods 3 and 4 folder. I beg your pardon, we're actually going to navigate to our exports folder. And then as the last step, click on Publish. It's going to notice that you've already got a file named that. It'll ask you if you want to replace it. You will say yes. So all you're doing is basically repeating the steps you did last time, only this time, as you can see, it's going to look better in your PDF reader. So join me there, having gone once and setting up the margins and so forth. Now send that thing to a PDF again. All right, now when I go down here to page 2, things are looking pretty cool here in my Adobe Reader. So I'm going to count that as a success, and I'm hoping that it's working equally well for you, even if your Adobe Reader doesn't look exactly like mine. I'm going to close that, and I'm going to go back to Microsoft Access now. And it's still got the export steps idea here. We're going to click on Close and return to your regular database table. So that's our first example of exporting. Go ahead and close this table. If it asks you about saving anything, you can say yes, but you probably won't have to save it. So that's our first example of exporting. Come on back and we'll do another one. So let's do another export, and we're going to do a couple of things different this time. For example, instead of exporting stuff from a table, we'll do it from a query. And maybe we won't right-click to do it. Maybe we'll do it through the ribbon this time. So let's collapse the tables list. I'm going over to the left-hand side to my navigation area here. I'm going to click on tables to collapse that list. Click on queries to open that list. And I'd like to have us look at a query named inventory, please. This says inventory. I'm going to double-click to look at it. Here's the information that's in it. So join me there. Close the list of tables, open the list of queries, and take a peek at the inventory query, please. Okay, now I need you to remember a couple of things. There's no data stored in a query. All the data is stored in the tables. Queries have links to the data. Queries can have formulas and so forth. When you export this, you won't be exporting the formula. You'll be exporting the numbers that result from the formulas and so forth. So we're going to take this and export it, in this case, out to a type of a Word document called rich text format. So again, I don't actually have to have this table open in order to export it. It doesn't hurt anything if you have it open, but let's prove to ourselves that you don't actually have to have it open. I just wanted you to see what's in the table. Excuse me, I just wanted you to see what's in the query. So let's right-click and close that query. And then over here at the left side, with the inventory table still selected, and then over here at the left side, with the inventory query still selected, let's go up to the menu this time, up here to the ribbon, and we'll click on a choice called External Data. And in the External Data ribbon, there's a section about importing stuff into Access, and there's a section about exporting out of Access. And this time, I would like to export to a Word document. So far, the only thing I see about Word is word merge. That would actually be a mail merge. So this choice to send it to just a Word document is actually hidden inside this group button called More. So we're clicking on Inventory to select it. We're going to External Data ribbon, and in the Export group, click with me on More, and then I see a choice that says Word, but as I look closer, it says export the selected object to rich text. So that's a form of a Word document, but actually takes up a little less storage space than an actual Word document does. So let's go that far. Let's go with inventory and external data and exporting and more. And we'll actually click on Word, which is going to be rich text format. It's going to take you to this. It's kind of a wizard. So go that far with me. Put the video on pause and get into this wizard where we're exporting through More to a rich text format file. All right, I'm noticing where it's ready to put it. It wants to put it in my Documents folder. It's going to be named Inventory, and its file name is going to end in RTF, rich text format, but I don't want it to go in the Documents folder. I want it to go into my Exports folder. So let's browse over here at the right-hand side, and let's go find that Exports folder. You know the drill. Let's see, I've got mine in my desktop. Access 2016 samples, exports folder. And so this is where we're actually going to put our rich text format file. It's going to go in this exports folder. So now down here at the bottom, I'm clicking the button that says save. And notice it hasn't actually finished saving it. It's just told it where to save it. So go that far with me. Browse out to your exports folder. And when you click save, it feels like you've done something, but it actually is going to just drop you back in this window. All right, we're kind of down to the last couple of steps. So notice there's a choice here says, export the data with formatting and layout. And it's checkmarked already, and then it's grayed out, which means you can't tell it to do anything else there. And then the next section down there says, open that destination file as soon as the export operation is complete. So that'll be kind of handy. As soon as we finish exporting it, which will happen when we click OK, it'll immediately open that thing in Word. So let's checkmark that one. And then there's this third checkbox down here about export only the selected records. And that one is not choosable because I didn't have you select any records earlier. So the only thing I've done here is checkmark the one about open the destination file after the operation is complete. And now, last but not least, so make those choices, and then go on down here and click on OK, and it should kind of go flashy, 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 and then it should open in Word. So do that last step. Go down there and click on OK. All right, so we can see there are some things that are not so wonderful about this. It's kind of smushed over to the side. It's way too wide for the paper. So let's see. It seems obvious that we need to turn it to landscape orientation. And maybe it would be nice if we could make the margins smaller. So let's go about doing that. It's not really supposed to be a Word class, but we get to learn a little bit about Word here. So let's go up to the Layout tab, where there's a choice over here about the margins. And under Margins, I'd like to choose the one that says narrow, 1/2 inch, top, bottom, left, and right. So that made it skinny up to the side of the page a little better, but it's still not all fitting on the page. But do that much at least. That was the Layout tab, Margins, and the selection called Narrow, 1/2 inch on each side. Pause the video, catch up with me there. All right, welcome back. Seems like the next thing we'd probably want to do is turn the paper to landscape orientation. And here's a place to do that. Right up here next to the Margins button is the Orientation button. I'm going to click on that and switch to landscape. Looks like it's still not quite enough, but you can join me doing that. So switch it to landscape. Pause the video, switch to landscape. Come on back. All right, now I could have done this a little bit earlier, but it's going to work better if we have done this thing so far where we made the margin skinny and turned the paper to landscape orientation. Here comes the last step, and this is going to be the one that actually finishes fitting it on the page. As I hover over the table, there's a little thing appears up here in the upper left corner, and it looks like a 4-headed arrow. That's not my mouse. But I am going to go point at it and right-click on it to get a pop-up menu about it. And you might notice that one of the choices on the pop-up menu says Auto Fit. And as I hover over it, one of my choices out there says Auto Fit to Window. And I'm going to click on Auto Fit to Window, which actually means Auto Fit within the margins. So again, what I did was right-click on this 4-headed arrow right here, pop-up menu, Auto Fit to Window. Ooh, it's looking better here. Come join me. You hover over the table. That should be enough to get you the 4-headed arrow. If it doesn't appear, go ahead and click in the table, and that should give you that 4-headed arrow in the upper left corner. Right-click on it, and Fit to Window. All right, so right now I'm just using my scroll wheel to scroll up and down. Here's my second page. Here's my third page. So we made the margins skinny, we turned the orientation to landscape, and then we right-clicked here and told it to auto-fit to the size of the window, meaning the size of the paper inside the margins. So as you can see, many times when you export to PDF, to rich text format, very often the thing that you're exporting is too big to fit on a piece of paper, but there are ways that you can get it to finagle pretty much in all the programs. So join me there if you haven't finished that off. Put the video on pause and squeeze that thing on the paper, please. All right, let's go ahead and close Word now. When you go to close it, it's going to say, hey, you've made a whole bunch of changes to this. You changed the margins and all that stuff. Let's tell it, yeah, save all that hard work we did. Now I'm back in Access. And it's got this thing about save the export steps in case you need to do it again later. And we're still going to say close down here in the corner. So that's our second example of exporting. That time it was out to some version of a Word document. Come on back and we're going to talk about exporting out to Excel. And then we'll flip it over. We'll start talking about bringing stuff in that wasn't created in Access. One of the most common formats to export to from Microsoft Access is Microsoft Excel. So that's what we're going to practice in this session. Let's go back to our list of tables. So I'm going to collapse the list of queries and then click on tables to expand the list of tables. And there's a table here about inventory transactions. And again, it's not necessary to open it and look at it first, but it'd be kind of nice to know the data so you know whether it came through correctly. So that's what I'm about to do, double-clicking on Inventory Transactions, scrolling left and right to look and see at what's in the data. So do that for yourself. Take a peek at that table named Inventory Transactions, and then once you've looked at it, close it. We have seen a couple of ways to export. We could right-click on its name and export. Here are our choices. Or we could left-click on its name and go here under External Data in the Export group and choose Excel that way. I'm going to go the second way. You can go that first way. We'll both wind up in the same window. When I click on Excel, here comes this window, and you might notice it doesn't call it a wizard, but it really basically is a wizard. If I cancel that and I go back and right-click on that choice and then export to Excel, same exact window. Right, hopefully you've paused that and caught up with me. So this time I'm looking at the file name destination here. This time it's being a little smarter than it has been with other things. It's realized that I've done some exporting a couple of times into the exports folder. So now it's saying, yeah, okay, I got you covered here. Put it in the exports folder. It's going to take the name of that table and just convert that to an Excel file. More specifically, it'll convert it to a worksheet in the Excel workbook. And also I'm noticing here under File Format, Excel Workbook, apparently it's a list box. So when I click on that list box, here are the choices that I see. So an Excel binary workbook, an Excel workbook, or an old school Excel 97 to 2003 workbook, or an even older version, an Excel 95 workbook. That really surprises me that any kind of 2016 program could still save back to something older than a 2003 file, and yet there it is. So we're going to go with Excel Workbook, please. If it doesn't have any year attached to it, we're all supposed to just understand that it means the squeaky, shiny new 2007, 10, 13, 2016 format. They're all the same. So we're going with Excel Workbook. And then in the checkboxes down below, export the data with the formatting and the layout. Let's check that. Let's also checkmark the second one that says, when we're done, automatically open that Excel file right away. And then again, there's a third checkbox that's unselectable because it says export only the selected records, and we didn't select any records. So we didn't have to do anything in the top box here, although I guess maybe you ought to check and make sure that yours is being as nice as mine. It's going to put it in that exports folder, and it's going to create an Excel workbook. And then let's checkmark these two checkboxes. So pause the video, catch up with me that far, and then we will click OK. All right, so hopefully you have caught up with me. Maybe you've even gone ahead and clicked OK, which means now I'm catching up with you. Little fleshy, little twirly. We told it to open it in Excel when it's done, so here it is, opening it in Excel. It is done. I have an Excel file named Inventory Transactions. I have a worksheet in that file that says Inventory Transactions. You probably can't see it on my screen, but it might be happening on your screen. My red A down in my taskbar for access is kind of flashing at me. That's actually that window open behind there that says, do you want to save the steps? So I've been successful at exporting out to Excel. I'm hoping yours has worked smoothly as well. I scroll left and right. There are these fields that didn't have any information in them in Access, so it brought in the fields, even though there was no data in them. So it plays well with Excel very nicely. I'm going to close that Excel window. If it asks me about saving anything, I'll say yes. And it closed that Excel worksheet, but the Excel file is still open. Lastly, I'll close the Excel file. Back here in Access, I don't need to save those export steps. We will click Close. So that's how to export out to Excel. We are about to turn the tables and go in the other direction in our game of getting Access to play well with others. This time we're going to bring stuff in that didn't start in Access. And one of the ways to do that is over here under the External Data ribbon in the group of buttons called Import and Link. And there's actually a subtle difference between importing versus linking, and we're going to demonstrate that first through Excel. So over here at the left-hand side, if you haven't already, you can go to the External Data ribbon. You probably are there because we've been doing stuff up there already. And this time we're going to go on the left-hand side in the Import and Link group, and we'll click on Excel. And it will open up another one of these things that looks like a wizard. Now, as I look in the top section here, seems to be looking in my exports folder, but that's not where it's going to find the Excel file that we have downloaded. So we're going to need to browse. We're going to head to our Module 16 practice files folder, and then we'll step into the Mods 3 and 4 folder to grab our practice file that we need. And this is going to be an Excel file, not an Access file. So that's where I'm headed. I'm headed to my desktop. I'm headed to my Access Samples folder. Headed to my Mods 3 and 4 folder, where it will find this Excel file named Excel to Access. And I'd like you to double click on that. So now it knows the path where to find the file that we're going to import. So join me there. Put the video on pause. Go through the process of External Data ribbon. In the Import and Link group, clicking on Excel opens up this dialog window. And then browse to go find that one Excel file that's in the Mods 3 and 4 folder. And then you'll return to this window again. Catch up with me. All right, now I'm looking at the radio buttons down here. Notice these are not checkboxes where I can choose more than one. I only get one of these. So it says import the source data into a new table in my database. You've got another choice that says take information in one of the worksheets in this Excel file and append it to the end of one of my tables. Boy, I better have similar columns. I better have similar fields. And then we've got a third radio button where we could link to the data in Excel. And what that means is that unlike the other two, where it would do a one-time copy and paste of the data coming in from Excel, this would actually leave the original data in Excel, but create a usable link to it that would show up in Access. And the advantage of this would be if that Excel file is dynamic, meaning if people are working in that Excel file, and I always want to be able to have the latest data in Access, I could create a link to the Excel file, and then every time I open it, every time I open that linked table in Access, it will go recheck the Excel file and see if any of the old records have disappeared or if new records have been added and so forth. One of the drawbacks of a link is if that Excel file becomes corrupted or if it gets moved to a different folder, then the link will break down. So we'll talk about links in a little while. What I want to do here is go with the default choice here, door number 1, as it were, import the source data into the current database. So we're not going to make any change there. You have browsed to the location of the Excel file, and we're going to leave this choice, import the source data, and let's click OK. So I'm hoping that you have joined me and that you are looking now at the same window that I'm looking at. And this doesn't really look like anything we've seen up until now. So up here at the top, turns out I have several different worksheets in there. A worksheet about employees, a worksheet about employee details, customers, orders, inventory. We're looking at data that's in the Excel file right now being displayed for us in a little wizard that's importing into our Access file. So maybe I'd like to bring in the table named Employees. So with Employees selected, let's come on down here and click on Next. Hope you're there with me. Notice the checkbox up here in the upper left corner that suggests that the first row contains column headings. And in this case, that's true. I can actually see the data here. So if I were to tell it, no, the first row doesn't contain column headings, it would act as though I have an employee named Mr. First Name, Last Name, and sort that person down into the list. So it's kind of nice that it's figured out my first row does contain column headings. So I'm going to leave that be, and let's click Next again. Come join me. If you were here in the first module, we talked about different data types, whether it's going to be text or numbers or yes, no checkboxes or store dates. Excel doesn't care all that much about data types. Access cares a lot about data types. So what it wants us to do right now is go through each of these fields and check to see if its guess about the data type is what's actually happening. And there can be a couple of little twists in here that I've discovered through my experience. So right now, employee ID, it's suggesting that that's a data type called double. And double is a numeric field type, and we could leave that alone. We could let it be double. Of course, sometimes there's going to be times when you don't have as much experience as I do trying to decide what kind of data types this should be. So now I'm going to click on the last name field, and now it changes. And it says for this one, it's guesstimating that it's a short text field. In Module 1, we discovered that short text meant it can hold up to 255 characters in it. And we're certainly not going to have anybody's last name that has more characters than that, so we're probably good there. Same is true for the first name, same is true for the department and the address and the city, and scrolling more to the right. Now here's kind of an odd thing that's going to happen to you as it happens to me. If I click this little arrow and I scroll slowly to the right, man, things look awful over here for some reason. And it has to do with the graphic memory of your computer, actually kind of tied to your monitor through your computer, through the driver, usually has trouble keeping up with scrolling slowly like that. But watch what happens if I scroll quickly, not by using the arrow or by dragging the little box, but by clicking next to it. So I'm going to click to the right of that little scroll box, and it goes over there really quickly, a whole screen's worth at a time, and it doesn't have all that weird junk going on. So the short text is true for the state. Now when I get to the zip code, it notices that that's a number, and it calls it a double precision number. The only problem with bringing in a zip code as a number is that some zip codes start with a 0. And when that one comes into Microsoft Access, it will drop that leading 0, and suddenly I will have a zip code that only has 4 digits in it. In fact, there are zip codes that start with 2 zeros, so it'd be a real shame to wind up with a 3-digit zip code. So this is a case where we really ought to tell it, since we're not going to try to do math with it, we really ought to tell it that this is text. So up here in the data type box, there's a list arrow there. Let's click on that and tell it that it is short text. So pause the video and change that on your screen. All right, I'm scrolling, let's see, so email, phone extension, that's another one where it's calling it double. I probably am not going to have any phone extensions that start with 0, but I'm also never going to try to do any math with it, so why don't we tell it that that one is also short text. All right, location, hire date. Now, right now, it's guessing that that is a data type called date with time. I gotta tell you, my experience tells me that if we allow this thing to still say that it's going to be a date, then when we bring that information into Access, we're likely to get error messages. So it would be nice if Excel and Access played well together over dates, but generally they don't. So I won't be able to do any math with these dates, as I would normally be able to do in Microsoft Access, but I thoroughly recommend that we tell it that that one is short text as well. All right, having worked out the data types, let's click the Next button down in the bottom right corner. Hopefully you have done that now. And now it's starting to talk about a primary key. Now, primary keys are not required in tables until you start doing relationships, because one end or the other of the relationships line has to be pointing to a primary key. So right now it's asking me, would I like Access to add a primary key? And I mentioned this in passing in an earlier module, but we haven't seen it happen yet. Anytime I say, yes, Access, create a primary key for me, it would always add that auto-numbered field type. But in fact, as I'm looking at the data in here, the employee ID looks like there's no repeating data there. Looks like that would probably make a dandy primary key. So I'm going to go with I'm going to choose my own primary key. I'm going to go with that radio button. Then it says, all right, here's the fields we've got. And because the employee ID is the first one, it offers that one first. And I think that'll make a dandy primary key. So we'll go with that. And choosing my own primary key is going to be the employee ID. So catch up with me there and then click Next. All right, I'm about to click on Next. So now it says, all right, you're at the end of the thing. That's all the information we need. And then what would you like to name the table? And this is one more place where you can get in trouble because it wants to name this thing employees because that was the name of the worksheet as it was in Excel. I should actually take 1 second and make sure that I don't already have a table named employees. Because if I do, I'm about to replace it with the thing I'm bringing in from Excel. And I'm noticing, boy, if nobody had warned me about that, I would lose whatever's in the current Excel file. And so I'm glad I looked. If I hadn't looked, then what I would be about to do is get rid of whatever's in the employees table that's already in my Access file and replace it with what I'm bringing in from Excel. So maybe I'll modify this one. Maybe I'll call it employees from Excel. Or employees to, or something like that. Just so it's not exactly the same name as a table that already exists. We ran into this when we were talking about doing a make table query. Got to make sure that you're not creating a table that already exists and you wind up destroying the first one. So, it's time for us to finish. We are out of nexts. So here comes that window about saving the import steps in case you have to do this again 6 months from now. And that's conceivable, but I'm not going to go there. We're just going to click Close. And when I do that, it's kind of subtle, but a new table has now appeared named Employees from Excel. So finish that off. And then let's go look at the data. I'm double-clicking on the table called Employees from Excel. Tap, tap. There's my information. So when it comes into Access, I get the auto-filtering arrows just automatically here. I get some nice formatting, alternating bands of color to help me keep track of what row I'm in when I'm scrolling left and right. And I can do queries from this. We can do forms, we can do reports. We haven't done any of that yet in any kind of Access stuff. But I can basically use this any way that I would use a normal table because it is a normal table. I actually took the information from Excel and turned it into Access stuff. But by importing it, there's no link to the original Excel file. So if somebody goes in and adds a new employee to the employees in the Excel file, they will not automatically appear here in my version of this table that I brought in from Excel. I could go and bring in the table again and find the new information and maybe give it the same name as this and replace the one I've got here. But if I'm worried about that, if I'm worried about always having the latest version of the data from Excel, then I should have gone in another direction and I should have linked to it instead of importing it. I'm not saying that it should always be linked. I'm just saying there's more than one way to go about it. So in our next session, we're going to link just to see what that looks like and how it might be a little bit different. In our last exercise, we imported from Excel. This time I'd like to demonstrate linking to an Excel file. And in real life, I would never both link and import the same exact table, the same exact worksheet from Excel. But here I want to be able to compare things kind of side by side. So I am actually going to now do a link to the same Excel worksheet that we just imported. So let's get started. Here under the external data ribbon, there is this side about importing and linking. We're going to go double click on Excel again. Tap, tap. Opens up our little dialog window. I call it a wizard. It doesn't call it a wizard, but it's a wizard. So I'm checking to see where it's looking. It's looking in my Excel 2016 samples folder, my mods 3 and 4 folder, but it doesn't actually have the file name there. So I'm going to browse. So here it is looking in the mods 3 and 4 folder. Here's the only Excel file that it can find. Notice that it's only looking for Excel files down here in the corner. So I'm going to double click on that Excel file again. And that opens up our dialog window. So catch up with me. So far, it's just like what we did when we imported it. So you have to navigate to the Mods 3 and 4 folder and tell it that the file you want is the one named Excel to access. Browse and do that, and then come on back. All right, now I'm looking at those radio buttons in the bottom half of the screen again. And this time we're going to do a link instead of an import. So come with me and let's make that choice. And notice we seem to be out of nexts. Seems to be time to click on OK. So click on Link to the Data and then click OK, and then come back and I'll join you. I'll catch up with you. All right, here we are, kind of leapfrogging each other. So I'm clicking on OK to join you in the part about linking this time. And now it says, all right, which of the worksheets would you like to link to? And I would like to link to that employee sheet again. It's already selected. Let's click Next. Notice the next thing that's going on we have seen before. First row does indeed contain column headings. Let's click Next again. Come join me. Click Next. And look what's happening now. It says, that's all, folks. That's all the information we need. Hey, what about all of that? What kind of data type was it? And all that kind of stuff. Well, in this case, we're not actually making an access table out of this. We're only linking to the Excel stuff, and Excel doesn't care so much about data types, so it's not actually asking us to decide, okay, is this text? Is it a number? What the heck is it? It just says, what would you like to name your new table? Your new linked table. And again, it wants to name it employees, and I still have a regular access table named employees, so I better change the name here. Let's call it linked employees from Excel. By the way, I don't seem to be using Lazinski naming conventions, which means I could actually have spaces in the names here. Linked employees from Excel. Well, that looks kind of funny. Linked employees from Excel employees. So how about we'll just call it linked Excel employees? How about that? Last but not least, click Finish, please. Still messing it up. Linked Excel employees. I beg your pardon. That's what I wanted to say. And I'm going to click Finish. So in the dialog window, I'm getting a nice message here. It says, your patient has lived, human. It has just finished linking the table called linked employees, to the file at this location. Looking good. Let's go ahead and click OK. Over at the left-hand side now, I'm scrolling up and down in my tables list. And when I get to the bottom of the tables list, I got a new kid on the block here. It's got a whole different symbol than I have seen before. It actually has an Excel symbol with a little arrow pointing at it. That's the symbol for a linked table. Whereas the one where we imported it just looks like a regular table up here. So the table called Employees from Excel just has the icon of a regular Excel, just has the icon of a regular access table. So now the supposed difference between these has to do with what happens if the data changes in the Excel file. So that's what we'll be exploring next. So let's open the Excel file in Excel and make a couple of changes to it, and then we'll have to save it, and then we'll come back to Access and we'll see what's happening in the imported version versus the linked version. So that's where we're headed right now. I'm going to slide down to my Start button. You can't see it because it's off your screen. It's off your version of my screen to the bottom. But when I go down and click on my Start button, you will be able to see that I now have a search box. And in that search box, I could type Excel. So I'm clicking and I'm typing EXCEL. I'm going to wait for it to catch up to me. You might be able to see on my screen, I've got several different versions of Excel on my computer, including the 2016 version of it, which is what I want to play with right now. You won't have that happen. You'll only have one version on your computer. So I'm going to click on Excel 2016, and here it is starting on my computer. First thing I see on the opening start screen is a list of templates that are available in Excel. Takes it a minute to create them, but I don't actually want any of those. I want to go down here to the bottom left corner and open an existing workbook. So do that much, open up Excel, and then once you get to this window, click like I'm about to do on Open Other Workbooks. All right, I'm catching up with you. I'm going to click on Open Other Workbooks. And now I need to browse to go to my Mod 4 folder again. So browsing out to my desktop, into my Practice Files folder, into my Mods 3 and 4 folder. There's just that one Excel file to choose. Double-clicking on it pops open here in Excel. So come join me in that method. All right, here we are on the Excel side. And as we have seen in some other places in our Access files, it says protected view. There are certain things that are being disabled, but I want to be able to enable the editing here. I want to change some of the records in my employees table. So we're going to click together on Enable Editing, please. Pause the video and go click on Enable Editing. All right, so now we can make changes. So the worksheet that we have both imported from and linked to is this Employees worksheet. So come on down here and click on the Employees worksheet. Think of a worksheet in Excel as like a table in Access. In fact, they're very similar right now. So let's see, I'm looking at this very first record here for employee ID 1572, Lisa Ann Tupman. Right now she's from Cleveland, Ohio. Let's put her in Columbus, home of the fabulous Ohio Buckeyes. Actually being from Michigan, the hated Buckeyes. So let's do this together right here in the city for Lisa Ann Tupman. Let's change it from Cleveland to Columbus. And when you hit the Enter key, it'll finish typing that. But unlike Access, it hasn't actually saved that change yet. In Excel, you're going to have to save the file when you're done. And why don't we do that right now? This will be enough to actually demonstrate what I'm looking for. We're just changing that one thing. So Lisa Ann Tupman is now going to be from Columbus instead of from Cleveland. Let's go save this file. You can use Control-S, or you can go to the little floppy disk icon in the upper left-hand corner of your screen and save the file. It already knows what to name it and where to put it, so it won't ask you that information. And now let's close the Excel window. And we should find ourselves back in the Access window. So I'm looking at my employee list, and I'm scrolling up to the top. So right now I'm looking at the table named Employee from Excel. This is the imported table. And I'm looking for that Lisa Ann Tupman. She's not at the top of this list. That's because in Excel, the list was not alphabetized by the employee ID. Her employee ID is 1572. So I'm going to scroll down here and find employee number 1572. There she is, Lisa Ann Tupman. Notice she's still listed as being in Cleveland. This is in my imported table. Let's go look at the linked one now. So I'm going to slide down here and point at the one that's got the separate little icon here for a linked table, and I'm going to double click to open that one. And now I'm looking for Lisa Ann Tupman, and notice in this one, she is in Columbus. So when I have a linked table and the data changes on the Excel side, the Access linked version automatically updates to pick up the new data. And if that meant that there were new employees added or anything like that, those would show up automatically in the linked version, but not in the imported version. So I hope you can see the difference. One last thing I'd like to mention about this linked version, there is nothing that I can type in here, in the Access side, that would feed into the Excel side. So here I'm selecting Columbus. I'm going to try to type that she's now moved to Detroit. I'm trying to type Detroit. You might be able to hear it just kind of beeping at me. So it won't let me change the data in the linked one. If I were to go to the one that was imported, there isn't any link between this one and Excel. I can type anything I want in here. So that's another difference between the linked version versus the imported version. Let me just prove that for a second. I can go here and type in pretty much anything that I need to there. So that's in the version that's not linked. That's in the imported version. So there are differences there between the linked version versus the imported version. And in real life, I would choose one or the other. I would never have both of them there. I just needed to demonstrate these differences. Hope things are making sense to everybody. In our next session, we're going to talk about linking from access to access. That is, creating a linked table in one database that has a link to a table in another database. And then you have to decide which side are you actually going to store that information in. So that will be our next subject of discussion. In our previous session, we were talking about starting in Access and linking to an Excel file. And we discovered that that was a one-way link. That if data changed in the Excel file, then Access would pick up on it, but there was nothing I could type on the Access side that would feed back into the Excel file. We're going to switch gears here, and we're going to talk about linking from Access to Access. And in this case, we'll see that it's a two-way link. The data will actually be stored in one of the Access files, but we'll have a linked version of it in the other Access file, and we can do the data entry on either side, but it'll actually be stored in the original Access database. Now, I would like to actually open two Access databases at the same time, and there is a way to do it. But it will be pretty hard to tell the file names up here at the top of the screen, because I've got this dark red background. There is something I can do about that, and I'd like you to try this with me. So let's go to the File tab. And under the File tab, click with me on Options down in the bottom left corner. So File and Options. Put the video on pause. Come join me there. All right, you should be seeing this dialog window right here. And down towards the bottom it says the Office theme is something called Colorful. If you'll click with me there, you'll see there are more choices. There's only one other choice. It's called White. I'm going to click on White, and then I'm going to click on OK, and now I can actually see things better up here at the top. So do that with me. We went to File, Options, and then down here in the bottom left corner, Office Theme, change it from colorful to white, and click OK. All right, welcome back. This will let us see the names of our databases way better than what we were seeing so far. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is drag my viewpoint down a little bit here on my screen so that you can see my taskbar down here at the bottom. So here's Microsoft Access running already. It's got this database open, and we've seen that if I just go to the File menu and I choose Open a File, that it would close this database. But if I come down here and point at my red scarlet letter for Access and I right-click on it, I can left-click on Access a second time down here, and it's actually going to launch a second copy of Access, and with that one we can open the second database and have them both open at the same time. So that's what I'm about to do. I'm going to click on Access 2016, having right-clicked on the scarlet letter there. I now left-click on Access 2016, and you can see that it's starting a fresh copy. So put the video on pause and come do that with me. Point down at that scarlet letter A. Should go read about Arthur Dimmesdale one of these days. Anyway, go right-click on that scarlet letter A, left-click on Microsoft Access, and it will launch this second copy. And then come on back. All right, this time I would like to open a database that we used in an earlier lesson. It's this one over here in the recently used versions, and it's called Query.mdb. Let's go click on that one to open that database at the same time as the one that we already had open, which was Northwind. Now we've actually got two Access files open at the same time. So join me there. Open the one named Query.mdb, please, from the recently used databases list. All right, now as I look down in my taskbar, as I hover over the A in Access, I can see that I have the Northwind open and I have the Query Design open. Let's go back to Northwind. catch up with me. All right, so I've got certain data in my Query DSN database that I would like to link to for whatever reason here in my Northwind database. So it's going to start out very similar to the linking with Excel, except we'll be linking to Access instead. So here I go. I'm going to go up here to my External Data Command tab to produce the External Data ribbon. And in the Import and Link group, this time instead of Excel, I'm going to click on Access. Opens up my dialog window. It knows I want to go to Mods 3 and 4 folder, but it doesn't know which database. Even though I've got that other database open, it's not just automatically going to assume that that's the one I want to link to. And I don't have to have the other one open to link to it. I only had it open like this so that we can easily switch back and forth between them and see how they interact with each other. So if you're following along, do what I just did. That was import and link through Access, opened up this dialog window. All right, I'm assuming you have done that. Now let's get together and browse to go to that Mods 3 and 4 folder. And in here, we're going to find the one named Query DSN. And when you find it, Query DSN, double-click on it. Double-click on its icon might be a better way. And that drops me back into my little wizard here, and now it knows where to get that second database. So join me, browse for that, and double-click on the one named Query DSN in your Mods 3 and 4 folder. All right, welcome back. So now I'm looking at the radio buttons in the bottom half of this window. And again, these aren't the checkboxes where I could choose more than one. They're the round radio buttons where I get one or the other. And I get to import things, or I get to link to things. I said the reason I was bringing you here was to demonstrate the linking part. So that's what we're going to do. Come on down here and we'll click on Link to the Data. And then click OK. Now usually when you click OK, you're done with the thing. But here you'll notice that was just a little tease. So when we clicked on OK, it opens up a second dialog window here. So if you haven't had a chance to do that, catch up with me. Go click on the OK and join me in this dialog window, please. So I'm looking here at a list of tables that are available in that other database named Query DSN, and maybe I would like to link to the table named TBL Book Project. So let's click on TBL Book Project, and then over at the right-hand side, we'll click on OK. Now if you look closely in the lower left corner, there is a new kid on the block here. It has the icon for a table, but it also has the icon for a link. So we have not imported this. We have linked to it. The actual data is stored in the other database. We're in the database named Northwind. The actual data is stored in the database, in a table in the database named Query DSN. So let's switch over to the database named Query DSN. I'm assuming things are going well for you so far. If not, wave at me. Sorry, I can't tell you're waving. So I'm going to slide back down here to my taskbar, where I can see the two versions of Access, and I'm going to go to the one named Query DSN, which is actually the storage location of the table that we're talking about, named TBL Book Project. So come with me and let's switch back to that Query DSN database, and then at the left side, let's open up the table named TBL Book Project. So pause the video and catch up with me here. You're switching back to the Query DSN database, and then you're double-clicking on TBL Book Project. This is the actual storage location of this table. So pause the video and join me there. All right, let's change some information about this first book. So let's say we've discovered the development costs. They were actually more than we thought. They were around $10,000, a nice round number, $10,000. So for this first record, Creating Toys with Wood, let's change the development costs here in the table where the actual data is stored. So I'm typing right over top of that, 10,000. And because this is an Access file, I don't have to save the file to save the change. I have to go over here and click on the pencil, or I have to click on a different record, or I can tap the down arrow key to move to a different record. Pencil disappears. Data has been changed here in the actual location of TBL Book Project. Notice its icon just looks like a regular table, no arrow there. So make that change. Pause the video, change that development cost of Toys with Wood to $10,000, please, and then finish editing the record by getting rid of the pencil through whatever method you like. Okay, now we're going to switch to the linked version of this table by going down to our red letter A again, hovering over that, and let's switch back to North Wind, please. All right, welcome back. Now let's open the linked table down here, TBL Book Project with the little link arrow. I'm double-clicking on that. Here's my Creating Toys with Wood, $10,000. I didn't change it in this database. I changed it in the other database, but this one is linked to that one. I'm hoping that's all making sense in your brain here. Notice this is the linked version, just noticing the icon here. But I did say this is a two-way link. The data is stored in the other database, but I can still edit it here. So let's say that when the development costs went up, we also are realizing, well, okay, then we better offer a suggested retail book price of like $25. Now, I'm in the linked version right now, but I've said we can actually do the data entry here as well. Yes, it's stored in the other database, but we can still do the data entry here. So let's boost the retail book price from $23 to $25. I'm typing a 25. I'm going to go click on my pencil. Pencil disappears. I've just edited something. Catch up with me. Change that retail price to 25, please. All right, so if all is going as I have promised, if we switch back to the other database where the data is actually stored, we should see the 25 there. Here we go, heading down to that scarlet letter A, going back to our Query design window. $25. This is not the linked table, this is the real table. Right now, I would wager that you, like me, have two databases open, and I think I would like to close both of them. So let me adjust my screen view up here a little bit. So I'm going to go close this database. If it's got any layout changes that it wants me to make, it'll ask me, and I'll say yes. Looks like it didn't ask. And then I'm going to close the other version of the database here, the North Wind database. So do that with me. Close both of them, and then go reopen Access by itself. And you should see the opening screen with all the templates. So come join me there. Close all versions of Access that you have open, and then reopen Access by itself. All right, let's slide down here to the lower left corner. We'll click on Open Other Files. And then we're going to browse, and we're going to navigate to our Module 4 folder. That is our Modules 3 and 4 folder. To my desktop, sample files, Mods 3 and 4. And let's open the Query.mdb. Oh, that's right, you might not see the file name extensions. Well, let's open one named, if you have two versions of Query, then let's open the first one. Turns out that'll be the ACCDB version. So double-click to open the file named Query. And then let's look at the Relationships window. So pause the video, open up the database named Query, and join me here in this screen. If you get a warning about certain content has been disabled, you might need to click on Enable Editing. I didn't have to go through that. Let's go look at the Relationships window. That is Database Tools, and then Relationships. So I can see that relationships have been established because we used this in an earlier module. But I'd like to change one of the relationships to a lookup list. And the reason I'm doing this is I want to show you something special about having a lookup list in a table and then making a query from it. So I want to do the lookup list in the Human Resources data table to look up something from the parking info table. And right now there's already a relationship created And if that's the case, then it won't let us make the lookup list. So come with me and let's right-click on the relationship line between human resources data and the parking info table. You're going to right-click on that join line and then tell it to delete that. And it'll stop and ask, are you sure you want to delete it? We will say yes. And now there is no relationship between those two tables. Pause the video, right-click on the relationship join line, and delete it. It says, are you sure? You say yes. Okay, now I want to do a lookup list between these two tables. So their shared field is the parking lot code. STR parking lot code is the primary key in the parking table. STR parking lot code as a foreign key in the human resources data table. Now, if you were in with me in the earlier module, in module 2, when we made a lookup list, you might remember that you need to start in the table where the shared field is the foreign key, also called the child table, and then look up from the parent table, the one where the shared field is the primary key. That's a long way of saying we need to go to the human resources data table right now. And we need to go to its design view. So over here at the left-hand side, I'm going to point at TBL Human Resources Data. I'm going to right-click. I'm going to go to its design view. I would like you to do the same, please. Pause the video and go to the design view of that TBL Human Resources Data table, please. All right, now sometimes your screen will look a little different than mine. You probably figured that out already. And part of it has to do with the screen resolution, the dots per inch on my screen versus yours. So don't worry if once in a while your screen looks slightly different than mine. That's usually the reason for it. So the field that I want to talk about right now is that parking lot code. So click anywhere in the row here for the parking lot code. And then specifically click with me in the data type column. So those of you who have experience creating a lookup list, this will be a little review for you. Those of you who have not seen this before, hey, welcome to the party for creating a lookup list. So right here where it says short text, there's a sneaky list arrow. Let's click on that. And we see different data types. And at the bottom of the list, we see something called the Lookup Wizard. Join me in clicking on the Lookup Wizard, please. In the Lookup Wizard, you'll see it's asking you a question. Where do you want your fields to come from? Where do you want it to get the information that you want here? And the default choice is I want it to look up from another table or query, and that's what we want. So with door number 1 selected here, let's click on Next. And of course, now it wants to know, okay, which table or query would that be? Now, if I grab the table by the title bar here, I can drag it down and remind myself that I'm working in the table named Human Resources Data, and I'm working in the parking lot code field. So it wants to know, all right, which table are you going to look this up from? Well, I needed to look it up from the table where the parking lot code is the primary key. Gee, I wonder which table that would be. Yeah, that would be the parking info table. So let's select that one, parking info table, and then click Next. Now I see a window that has available fields on the left and selected fields for what I want to see on my pull-down list on the right. I would like to be able to see the parking lot code and the STR parking lot, which would be the name of the parking lot. So with STR parking lot code selected, give it the single wedge. And then with parking lot selected, give it the single wedge. I don't need to see the parking fee on my pull-down lookup list. So with those two fields, the parking lot code and then STR parking lot over in the right-hand side selected fields, click on Next. It's asking me what I want to sort by. I'm going to let it sort by the primary key, which means I'm not going to choose anything to sort by here. I'm just going to click Next. Do that with me as well. Pause the video and click Next. All right, those of you who have done this with me before, you know that I prefer not to hide the primary key column because that's the one I'm actually going to wind up storing in the table. So let's uncheck the part about hide the primary key column and click Next. The last window of this wizard basically says you're going to be storing one of the fields from your lookup list, and it suggests that you choose a field that uniquely identifies the row, and that would be my primary key, the parking lot code. So with parking lot code selected already, click Next. And you are down to the very last step. It says, what label would you like for the top of your lookup field? And it wants to put in that funny looking Lazinski naming conventions thing. Why don't we just make it look like English? We'll make it say parking space lot space code. It's like a caption that overrides the field name. So let's put that in right up here at the top. Parking space lot space code. We're not going to worry about referential integrity. We're certainly not going to allow multiple values here. By the way, that's pretty much a brand new thing. I'm not ready to talk about it yet. We're out of next. Time to click Finish. New message pops up. The table has to be saved before relationships can be created. Yes, we want to save it now. So it says there's already data in this field. Sometimes when you do this, you will lose data. We're not going to lose any data here. It says, do you want to continue anyway? Trust me, let's say yes. All right, now I'd like to switch to the datasheet view of this table so that we can see the lookup list that we've created. So come on over here to the View button. We'll click on that. Now we're out in our datasheet view. And when we're entering a new record, we can slide down here to the New Record row. And when we click in the parking lot code, we have a lookup list. And it shows us the name of the parking lot and the little abbreviation, the primary key for it. We click on that, it assigns that. By the way, you can go do that in records that already exist. Excuse me, let me stop here for a second. So right now it's complaining that I was about to go to another record so it could try to save this record, but I haven't filled in the primary key, so it had a little complaint there. So try that. Go ahead and scroll down to where you would be adding a new record and click on the little pull-down arrow. There's the lookup list that you just created in the design view of that table. And then once you get that far, tap the escape key to stop trying to enter that record. All right, welcome back. I'm going to join you. I'm going to tap the escape key to stop trying to enter that record. And if I go up to an existing record and click in that row, I could change the parking lot. So that's our lookup list. Now the reason I wanted to mention that is, if I then make a query from this table, the query will inherit the lookup list. I'll actually have a lookup list in the query. And remember, in the query, you can do data entry in the query. You could add new records. You could edit records in the query. So let's prove to ourselves that when we create a query from this table, that it will inherit that lookup list. So I'm talking about the table TBL Human Resources Data. Come with me now to the Create tab, brothers and sisters, where we'll go to the Query Design window, and we will build this from that table name TBL Human Resources Data. So a quick way is just double-click on that table, TBL Human Resources Data, and down here, either in the bottom or in the top corner, close the Add Tables window. And then let's bring in all of the fields. Man, have we practiced this or what? Double-clicking the table name, dragging all the fields down to the grid. Come join me there. And now let's go out to the datasheet view. So here I am in the datasheet view of the query now, not of the table, but of the query. Notice the little icon, two tables overlapping. So there's a table, here's a query. When I click in the parking lot code in the query, I get a lookup list. Whether I'm editing existing records or going down here to add a new record in the query, I get the lookup list. So the query inherits the lookup list from the table that it was built from. The reason I'm doing that right at the end of this module is that when we go to the next module where we talk about forms, the same thing will be true there. If you have a lookup list in a table and you build a form from it, the form will have the lookup list. So I wanted to tie those two things together in your brain by finishing off this model talking about it in queries. And then if you come back and start talking about forms with me, then you'll be able to see that happen in the forms as well. Man, have we done a lot of queries today. We've done simple select queries. We've done queries that total things up. We've done crosstab queries that look like a pivot table. We've done queries that pull information from multiple tables. We've done action queries that could generate data. I hope you've had some fun. More importantly, I hope you're thinking about how you're going to use this information in your databases. For Module 4, this is Dan McAllister signing off.